Here we go. Live on Pop Culture Breakdown. Welcome everyone to the show. I am your host, Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth. And joining me for today's discussion is my panel of pop culture pundits and my pals. We've got Gary Ambrosia here. Gary, how are you, man? How's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right. I've been off the sauce for a couple of days. Drank way too much over the weekend, and
I'm sorry to hear that you're off the sauce.
Yeah, but I'm getting today I'm back on it. So
okay, good.
But for a couple of days, I was like limping along.
Right.
I fell off, the wagon and it ran over me, but I'm okay. Or I got on the wagon and it ran over me. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, at least it wasn't a tuk-tuk I fell off of, but that's for the discussion later on. And we've got Rancor Steve, the Egyptian cowboy, rope black and Egyptian. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are y'all doing out there?
We're doing all right, man. We're doing all right. It's great to see you, and delighted that we are here all together. We have got Douglas Nelson, aka Mr. Nailson. Hey, Douglas, how are you, sir?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Kind of like I was on my birthday after having too much the night before, and
yeah. That's too much barbecue sauce.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, in my case, it wasn't barbecue sauce, but I'm glad you're here. And welcome to the show. In whatever state you're in, we're always delighted to have you here. And I don't know. It feels like we're in we're in the magical world of Winnie the Pooh, and Douglas is Eeyore today.
That's funny. That's what people call me at work.
Well, shit. Welcome anyway, regardless. And Mike, Mexican Iron Man. Hey, how you doing, Mexican Iron Man?
Great. I been on vacation for 6 days straight. Today's my first day back. The time lag of the time zones, West Coast to East Coast, has me a bit confused, dazed. But I'm here. Glad to be here. Happy birthday again, and glad to hear you kept celebrating.
Yeah. A little too much. Little too
Doomcock
much.
Drinking.
I know.
Breaking news.
Well, the more you know, right? The more you know. And we've got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about tonight, folks. We've got some interesting things to discuss, and I am very interested in these topics. I mean, it's something that, if you are sick and tired of the Walt Disney Company not suffering consequences, well, this has really been a great week for you with the stock problems and lawsuits, and Little Mermaid is coming down the pike and nobody's excited about it, and there's bad word on the street. Indiana Jones 5, holy shit, it's just plain bad. So let's go ahead and get to some of this here bad news stuff. I think it's time to go ahead and do the breakdown. All right, my friends. Well, let's go ahead and get right to this because this is some good stuff, folks. This is some great stuff here. It looks like basically Disney is finally getting sued by angry shareholders over alleged Disney Plus deceptions. Now, this is not a rumor. This is actually was covered by all the major trades. And while you hear that, shareholder class action suits against corporations are, not completely unheard of, they happen from time to time. The fact that all of the major publications covered this perhaps might imply that there's something more to this, folks. And I want to go ahead and open this up for discussion with the panel. But I read about this in Deadline when their headline was Disney ex-CEO Bob Chapek, CFO hit with shareholder suit over streaming losses. Yes, my friends, this was filed on May 2nd, a suit by a pension fund, the local 272 Labor Management Pension Fund, filed in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. And it was a class action representing purchasers of Disney shares between December 10th, 2020 and November 8th, 2022, when the company dramatically missed earnings guidance and the stock took a major hit after an already bumpy year. And about the time that I did a video about this a day or so ago, Disney had lost like over 10% of its stock value at one point within a space of 4 or 5 days. That's not happy. And we also talked about the Disney earnings report, where essentially they publicly confessed that they had lost 4 million subs. We talked about this last week, but I pointed out that they had been expected to gain 4.2 million subs in that same period. And therefore, what that means is, if you can do the math, and I can, it means that they were off. They missed their estimated subscriber goals by like 8.2 million subs. And thus their stock tanked, and then lawsuits were flying. Now, I'm going to go ahead and quote the salient part of the lawsuit, folks, because I want you all to revel in this, because this has got to be painful for Disney, and unfortunately for Bob Chapek as well. Here we go. The lawsuit alleges defendants throughout the class period made false and or misleading statements and or failed to disclose that, one, Disney Plus was suffering decelerating subscriber growth, losses, and cost overruns, stuff that I had been talking about, over the last year or so. Two, the true costs incurred in connection with Disney Plus had been concealed by Disney executives by debuting certain content intended for Disney Plus, initially on Disney's legacy distribution channels, and then making the shows available on Disney Plus thereafter to improperly shift costs out of the Disney Plus segment. 3, Disney had made platform distribution decisions based not on consumer preference, consumer behavior, or the desire to maximize the size of the audience for the content as represented, but based on the desire to hide the full costs of building Disney Plus's content library. And 4, Disney was not on track to achieve even the reduced 2024 Disney Plus paid global subscriber and profitability targets. Such targets were not achievable, and such estimates lacked a reasonable basis in fact. It was a 39-page filing, folks, and they are pissed off because all of this shit resulted in a monumental operating loss of $1.47 billion for streaming. Disney also reported a decline in its average revenue per Disney Plus subscriber. So it's like, that's like everything, including the kitchen sink and the urinal. I mean, what Mexican Iron Man, what do you think about all this? I mean, what did you think when you read this? And or were you on vacation in Idaho or wherever you?
Well, well, I caught the news just because I follow all things Disney. I am, full disclosure, I am a Disney stockholder. Nothing that we talk about is designed to offer financial advice. Let's keep in mind this is the second time, actually third time if you want to count Nelson Peltz, that shareholders have taken a stand against Disney. Now, in this case, what I find interesting is that if you read the press release and then you get into the filing, what's interesting is that whoever is feeding them information, they have a lot of detail about misrepresentation, and I found it interesting that they're looking for a lead plaintiff. They want this to go class action. Now, a lawsuit by a local pension fund is in and of itself is not a big deal. The fact, as you aptly mentioned, that it's being picked up by a variety of sources, those that are pro-Disney, those that are arguably somewhat less objective, are subjective and more objective, is a sign. If this thing catches steam, and there's other shareholders, other pension funds, other investors that catch on to this could be major trouble. And let's keep in mind, I think we talked about this on Midnight Sedge earlier, and I'm just going to repeat some of the comments I made earlier, and some of them dovetail onto by the way, great video, Doomcock, that you did.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you very
video.
much.
Everybody, if you're in this chat live stream and you haven't caught Doomcock's video on this topic, make sure you go watch it. Required watching. If we've got a situation where Disney was once regarded as a company that predicted its earnings, declared dividends, paid dividends, declared dividends, paid dividends. It was stable for a long time. What we've seen happen over the past decade, obviously, is a lot of, is a company that, let's look at Disney. Disney should have been, and still should be, in my opinion, a company that makes its money off of theme parks, cruise ships, family experiences, whether it's in hotels, resorts, Disney Club vacations, whatnot. That's where the cash cow is, and it always has been, and to this day it still is. But no, Iger with his ego, and his, I mean, to me, he's like my ex that I gave my Amex Black Card to, and he just went to the mall shopping on a credit card, right? Because he picked up. I mean, let's keep in mind, the Disney company bought the Muppets, they bought Pixar. They bought Star Wars. They bought Marvel. They bought Fox at $76 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, all of those deals are $100 billion. Now you've got another situation. There's another ticking time bomb coming, which is that the Hulu deal. Hulu, more people watch shows on Hulu than anybody watches on Disney Plus, for sure.
Oh yeah.
And they need Hulu, and they need to put it together. That's what we talked about last week on the show right after the call that night, because it was last week, right? So that's going to cost them between $9 and $12 billion. Are they going to borrow that? They can't take it out of cash flow because they need their cash flow to sustain this operation that they've got, and they got a huge debt service. Are they going to borrow another $9 to $12 billion? I mean, think about that, because that's ticking time bomb. 2024, beginning of next year, Doomcock, they got to either pull the trigger on Hulu or let it go, and they cannot let it go because they need Hulu in order to prop up Disney Plus. So there's no way they're going to be declaring or issuing any dividends anytime soon. Wall Street's going to get tired of this, because what's happened is that now it's a Marvel Studios, and now you got this, and you got Disney Plus. Iger's just like you're literally, he's like you hand your ex or your wife, who's out of control, your Amex Black Card, and she's just going on a shopping spree, and has been, and no one's told them to stop.
Right. And
investors are standing up and saying, "Whoa, wait a minute. You made representations." And this is a pension fund, Doomcock. This is, people in the audience, those of you watching the show, if you've got a pension or retirement fund, that is essentially the people that have filed this lawsuit. Okay? You're talking about pensioners. And if I'm managing a pension fund, I don't want my pensioners to say, "Hey, why the heck did we buy? Why are we having a position in Disney if the stock's down, if it's not going up, and on top of the stock not going up, Doomcock, we're not declaring or issuing dividends? That means just by holding the stock, the tree is not only is the tree not growing, not only is the roots and the tree not getting stronger at Disney, there are no fruits. It is dried up. There are
Right.
no cash fruits of dividends coming out of this thing. And I think people are getting pissed off. I'll tell you this much. We haven't talked about it yet, but I'll go ahead and mention it now. There was another article that talked about how they're gonna do a write down of 1.6 to 1.8 billion dollars of Disney Plus content. Okay, it was couched in an article, and they're basically going to take off of Disney Plus what they're saying is 1.6 to 1.8 billion dollars worth of content off of Disney Plus, so that they can get a what's called a write down. A write down is a tax deduction where you basically say, hey, we thought we were going to make money on this, but since we're not, Mr. IRS agent guy, we're going to take this off of Disney Plus, because you got to treat it like almost like it's bad. It's like bad apples. It's like if Disney Plus is a produce store, Disney Plus is going to take 1.6 to 1.8 billion dollars of what it considers bad grapefruit and bad avocados off of the shelves and throw them in the dumpster in the back so it can write them off as a bad expense. That's what a write down is. I'm pissed off, Doomcock, because didn't we just have an earnings call the other day?
Yes, we did.
Why was this not mentioned? That you think that writing off 1.6 to 1.8 billion dollars of a chart? Why I didn't hear any mention of this? Did you?
No, well, it hadn't happened yet.
But Doomcock, I think if we look at your your video and what the investors are saying, I think that's the point of this lawsuit. Things are happening and disclosures are not being made. And as you quoted that article, is that this company very well knows what it's doing right and what it's doing wrong, but it's failing to disclose that, and the clock is ticking. And the evidence of that, furthermore, the fact that this company is jacked up, is the fact that they can neither declare nor pay dividends. And let us note, on November 21st, where's my data? On November 21st, when my man Chapek was fired, the stock was trading $5 higher than it is today under Iger. Just saying.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And we want to welcome to the show Cameron Pashaw. Hey, Cameron, how are you doing, man? It's good to see you.
My apologies, everyone, for being a little late. I was just driving back home. I just got home. So it was wonderful to see you all. Gary, Rancor, Douglas. Douglas and I just did a video for his channel last night, which I think is going to be coming out. I think clips of it are already out. And it's always wonderful to see my Sufi brother, Mexican Iron Man, who is correct in his analysis. There's a lot of shady stuff going back here. And, I hope we can talk about how this all links to FTX, which is the biggest thing they need to keep covered up. They need to keep that covered up. And
I am still in your camp with that, Cameron. I am completely still convinced of that. And but that's another story.
Look at what they're doing. This is, as you just very brilliantly laid out, Mike. Everything they're doing is against general accounting principles. It's against normal investor relations behavior. I mean, I'm sure the SEC, if it cared, if it was serious, would be looking at some of these things that these investors are complaining about, right? It's the very fact that we've got the shareholder lawsuit, right, out there right now claiming that there was misrepresentations going back to the Chapek era, and whose name pops up is the Kingslayer herself, Christine McCarthy. She's on the list of people being sued, right? And I think more than Mr. Chapek, I think she's the one that's the keeper of all the secrets and the shady / possibly criminal behavior, right? There's a reason she's named in this thing, and she's more important in that suit, I think, than Chapek, who's no longer there and probably had information kept from him, which has been my thesis for some time. And so, yeah, I think this shareholder lawsuit, whether it goes anywhere or not, is evidence that there's something seriously wrong, as you said, in disclosures. This is not the behavior of a company that's on the up and up. And that's what I have been suggesting since last fall, that there's something that is abnormally off in their behavior. So they're hiding things, and the shareholders are beginning to ask those questions finally.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me that the allegations really center around Disney Plus. And it seems like, I mean, I am not a business person. I do not know about corporate finance or stocks or anything like that. But it does sound to me like they are shuffling around charges that they are allegedly, I mean, according, if at least the allegations seem to suggest that they are, shuffling things around allegedly, that they are concealing problems, real costs, actual expectations for performance and so on. It seems, I mean, I don't know. I'm not, a lawyer at the SEC, but it just seems to me like if there is willful deception going on, isn't that like a crime, or is it just something that you have to pay for?
Well, let me jump in on this part and tell you and throw this in here. The way I can tell you what their legal internal counsel is probably saying to them, and what they're probably saying. Let's just take my complaint. The fact that they're just announced that they're going to take $1.6 to $1.8 billion charge off on Disney Plus content. Okay, this is what they're saying. Well, we made that announcement on May 17th, Doomcock investor guy, a Mexican iron investor guy. And when we were talking the other day, we were talking about the other quarter. We were talking about, the quarter that ended on the last day of the month of the last quarter. We're in a new quarter, and you can't blame us for what we said about, because we were talking about that quarter, and we were talking about it now. It's kind of like it's analogous to this. It's like. Why didn't your wife tell you that she was filing for? Why didn't your wife tell you that she was filing for divorce on December 31st? She's like, well, I told you when I filed, which was 3 months later, and there's already been an attorney meeting, and blah 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 blah. Right? It's like that.
It's a strange and fishy kind of situation. Cameron, you had called my attention to this article. Disney content spending in 2023 may be lower because of writer's strike, CFO says. It says that Disney has pegged total cash content spending at around $30 billion for this year, but the ongoing Writers Guild of America strike may drive that down, CFO Christine McCarthy said. If you haven't noticed, we're in the middle of a writer's strike, McCarthy said. And that's what's being blamed for this. At this conference that they reference in this article, McCarthy appeared alongside Disney president of ad sales, Rita Farrow, and the two Disney execs spoke a day after the media conglom's upfront presentation in the Big Apple to ad buyers and brands, which was noticeably light on scripted fare, given the writer's strike. Marvel's Kevin Feige previewed upcoming Disney Plus series Secret Invasion with Samuel L. Jackson, and premiere dates for Loki season 2 and Hawkeye spinoff Echo, and so on and so forth. But this is a lot. Disney expects to take a write down in the June quarter of $1.5 billion to $1.8 billion from removing content from its streaming platforms. So what is your take on this?
Well, just remember the context that we want to add to this is on top of, apparently, unless I'm misreading the article, this is on top of what Bob Iger already said a few weeks ago, that they're cutting $3 billion from content spending. So if $30 billion was a thing, we're talking about 10% was already cut out, right? And so now now they're giving essentially an indication, right, to the market that more's coming. And the one thing that I'm consistently hearing from my sources, but just in general from the writer strike, but also now specific sources on my Patreon from Disney, is that this is a golden opportunity for Disney to do things it wanted to do, but it can now blame the writer strike for it, right? And getting rid of, in particular, projects that are not viable, but have various political or contractual reasons to at least be moving forward to some degree, such as maybe things like The Acolyte, right? And so this is a perfect time and a perfect excuse, because the writer's strike, and now this is preemptive announcement, in my view, by Christine McCarthy, we're going to be getting rid of some of these deadweight projects that we were kind of forced to move on. That's the reason I believe the studio's forced to strike, is for this reason. Now they can do this, and it's also for them a face-saving way to do that. That a project like, in theory, The Acolyte, which probably does not have a large customer demand for it, suddenly, if you choose, you can use the writer strike as excuse to finish it off, because you're like, look, I'm sorry, this isn't personal. This isn't personal, Ms. Hedlund. This isn't personal, Ms. Kennedy. We love this project. It's just it's just the economic. We don't have the money. I mean, I'm sorry, it's writers going to shut it down, and so it is a golden opportunity to take care of stuff in a Hollywood way without having to say, screw you, I'm pulling the plug, which can lead to repercussions. As we saw when they finally had to do screw you to Victoria Alonso, what was her immediate response? I threaten to sue you, right?
Right, of course.
Under this situation, it's a force majeure situation. So let's say XYZ project, like the Acolyte, XYZ project is pulled. The creator can't sue them for that because it's a force majeure, a cancellation of the contract. And so what can you do? And so you have to swallow. They probably give the people involved some money to go away, right? Probably more than the $5,000 offered to Karen McCarthy to go away. Right? Probably a little bit more than that. But this is, I mean, I think Mike and others, I think, isn't this the best time to do stuff? I mean, this is a perfect, that's probably why they were forced to strike in the first place, because now they can get rid of, we just heard that Ava DuVernay she had $100 million overall deal that they were going to give her $100 million over a course of several years for what? I mean, for what? I mean, she's not a successful filmmaker, and this was given to her because she was able to blanket herself in, well, I represent the diverse voices. I was like, there's real diverse people out there that are good at what they do. Why are you representing them, right? And so finally, I believe it was one of us. Her deal was just what was pulled because they're like, I'm sorry, force majeure. It's the strike. We can't fund you. They could fund her if they wanted to, but this is their excuse. And now DuVernay she'll get some money to go away. But now she gets to save face and said, they didn't pull my deal because I'm not producing anything of value. They pulled my deal because is not anybody's fault. It's just the hand of God, force majeure, right? This allows everyone to clean the slates with their dignity. It's a perfect situation for that. That's why it's happening.
That's interesting. Anybody else have any comments about this particular story other than Mike and Cameron, or we'll just proceed with this? But it's an interesting story, and it feels like Disney really is slipping.
You think?
Yeah.
I think this does give a lot of credence to Cameron's theory about the FTX thing, about what makes sense about all of this and about what they were up to something. A lot of deck chairs being shuffled. And I guess the plan was this will prop us up. In the meantime, can you guys accidentally make a massive hit that covers everything? but the massive hit just didn't arrive. So it's
Well, the Little Mermaid, Douglas, the Little Mermaid.
I'm sorry. You're right, Duca. Yes.
Look, I was there at Disney in 2010 before they bought Star Wars, and I survived 6 months of it. And the reason I couldn't survive more than 6 months before they got to get out of here was that I could see that good storytelling wasn't the primary thing my colleagues were there for. They were there to preserve their own jobs. I remember one executive, I won't name them, because I was in the Disney offices, in Burbank, and I would be walking by their office. This was a top level executive. I'd be walking by their office every day to get to my writer's room. And they were always loud. They're always on the phone talking, and the door was open. But I never heard them talking about anything that's professional. All I would ever hear is like either talking to their assistant, can you get me front seats to the Lakers game? I mean, that's all it was. It was just using their social power as a high-level Disney executive to get this perk and this meeting with this famous person and that actor. And what I was like, I never heard one, business thing coming out of that office, right? So they weren't there to make movies or good stories. They were there to preserve their own power, and that's what I saw in 2010. Before this dead weight of Lucasfilm entered to the picture with its own pathologies to add to it, right? Before Marvel became this phenomenon. And that's what I saw. I couldn't survive that in 2010. Imagine how bad it's gotten in 13 years.
And that's kind of the thing about becoming a victim of success. When they rode the high, they get fat and lazy. And now look. Yeah, so... Yeah.
But what success? Let me just.
In the initial days of it, especially even the purchase of Star Wars was like, oh man, everybody was excited and they had a big win, and then they saw what they had, and so then and the ability to purchase that, they actually had some money and that kind of thing, so you were getting somewhere. And a lot of the moves that Iger made some amount of sense. It's just the execution. After you didn't have the talent, or you shoot away the talent, and that kind of thing, and then all the backstabbing things that go on behind the scenes, jockeying for position, And then in the end, you got to actually produce something. And we can't. And then this is where you are.
Yeah, but this does not sound like success to me. In this Variety article, they state, they're talking about, Iger had announced the company's launching an integrated Disney Plus Hulu one app experience, trying to cover their app with hiding Disney Plus behind Hulu's capacious skirts. And they're buying out Comcast, 33% stake in Hulu, et cetera, and so on. But this paragraph, which, is towards the end of the article, I can't believe this. Unlike Netflix, it says, Disney has not put out a target on streaming margins because, quote, we're focused on break even, which is firmly in our sights, McCarthy said. So
sure, the moon is firmly in our sight too. The moon, I can see the moon every night. It's firmly in my sight.
And yet we're not talking about fucking profit. We're talking about breaking even.
And it's in our sight somewhere out there.
In other words, you know how you can break even? Don't pull your wallet out. Stay home. I mean, that's how you fucking break even. They're not even trying to make money here. They're just trying to fucking break even. It's firmly in our sights.
But the problem is they've got all these stupid projects that are making the hole bigger, right? That's their problem. That's why they need to use this Writers Guild moment to kill those things, right? Because they're not going to get a better moment than this.
It's insane. It's like John F. Kennedy says, we aim to break even not because it is hard, but because it is easy. And it's like, are you trying to make what happened to the word profit? And I'm not talking about Moses. I'm talking about cash. What?
Profit is based on a capitalist free market system. We are in a feudal system. You think the feudal lords of the 9th century were thinking in terms of profit, loss margins? They're thinking in terms of how much of the money from the peasants can I put in my pocket and screw them. That we're in a feudal system. We're not a capitalist system here.
Well, all I can say is somebody should tell Moses that the burning bush is not supposed to be fueled by cash. Okay?
That's a great line. Gary's gonna die here. You're purple right now.
You're on fire, DC.
This is like it's like something out of Brazil. It's like stuck in the middle of this article, and they're saying it with a straight face. Like this is there's nothing insane about this. No, we're focused on break even. Fuck. Really?
Well, they're trying, little baby steps.
We're trying to stop losing. All we're trying to do now is just stop losing our shirts. That's all.
Well, look,
I mean, they've got a real problem because anyone who sits back and looks at this company that's not have their head up their own ass. Anyone who sits back, you look at this, you're like, do I want to watch Disney Plus with my family? No. Do I want to go to these movies they're putting out, the animated ones? Absolutely not. Do I want to watch? Am I excited about the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Well, we covered that pretty well, I think, last week. You did a bang up job. So this company doesn't know how to produce movies. It doesn't know how to put stuff on look. There's been a few gems on Disney Plus, a few, but it's like for every one.
Miss Marvel, like you still haven't watched it, or the Doomcock still hasn't watched it.
Well, I like Miss Marvel, and
Nelson has watched it,
and I like Andor.
Yeah, we watched it.
I like Andor, and I like Miss Marvel. That's me.
Yeah.
But
I watched Andor, but I don't know. Ms. Marvel seems like a girl's show. I'm just not a girl.
See,
I don't know.
no matter how many times
but I mean.
It is a family show. That's like saying Little House on the Prairie is a girl show because you got Laura Ingalls Wilder. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I didn't watch Little House on the Prairie either.
Don't do that crap.
I'm a super villain. I'm not Mon Pa Kettle. I don't know.
Anyway, my point is this:
whatever.
is
You
that
still won't blame me. I'll be back in a second. Hold on.
okay? My point is that if anyone that sits back and looks at what this company is doing, there's not a lot. I don't know how how is value of this company going to go back up to where it was? How's it going to get up to $130, $150, $180 a share? Because all of that value that it had on the stock was all anticipatory, and it was smoke and mirrors. It was a lot like being around at the turn of the 2000 to Y2K millennial, and people were excited about, buyfurnitureonline.com, squirrelrabbitskins.com. Everything was, headsweatbands.com. Everything was .com, and there were all these companies. That's a lot of what this company's value is based on. Now it's actually going to have to pay down debt, improve cash flow, and show profitability. And by the way, it better hurry up, because Peacock just announced that profitability is within its sights, not long-term sights, but very possible. And if you listen to the Warner call, holy crap, they're going to turn the corner. They're going to turn the corner fast. So Disney's going to be sitting there, mass billions of dollars in debt, no value. And let's keep something in my mind. I'm going to throw one more thing out there, which is that they failed overall in movies. They're a failed studio. Disney is a failed studio, and Marvel Studio is failing. We know Lucasfilm, $2 billion cut in half to $1 billion. Now they're not even going to try to put out a movie because they don't know what it's going to be. After Indy 5, that's going to be the final judgment and the final nail in the coffin. We'll get to that later in the show, according to Doomcock. But let's keep something else. I am hearing reports overall on both coasts, California and Florida, from people that are going to Disney parks, that they are nowhere near as competitive as what Universal currently is offering and what Universal has in the pipeline. I know myself, I just worked out the dates with Max's mom, my 10-year-old. This summer in August, I'm going to be down in Orlando for 10 days. I'll probably blow through $5,000 to $8,000. And I'm not spending one single dime or one single day at any Disney park. And this little cash cow that Bob Iger's counting on, his little black Amex card called Disney Cash Flow from theme park and other park experience operations, Universal's coming, and they're coming fast. The next 3 to 5 years could see disaster strike, because if that cash cow actually starts losing out to Universal, they've got real problems on their hands. And that problem won't be what's our stock price. Their problem is, can we meet our debt payments, and can we even survive as a company?
So they may be in worse trouble, moving towards worse trouble than what is commonly believed, is, in your opinion. Like, I do agree. I mean, I don't hate Universal.
What do you think, Doomcock? I mean, you've been watching
Universal, and that tells a lot. It's like they haven't offended me mortally every single fucking day. I don't hardly ever talk about, because I mean, they're okay in my book. I mean, they may make movies sometimes that aren't all that great, but they're not like huffing their own woke farts, and and they're actually making theme parks that welcome people and people want to go to. But the thing that really blows my mind here, and it's what you keyed off of. You said Peacock is within striking distance of profitability, of breaking even, or profitability. Which one?
They're within striking distance of both, and HBO's coming too, fast.
So, okay. See, now my mind's getting fucking blown again, because how can Peacock be on the road to breaking even or even profitability when they give away a lot of their stuff for free? Like, you can just go and watch a shit ton of stuff on Peacock for free. So how the fuck is Disney so incompetent? The Disney Plus, which charges out the ass for their shit, and it ain't no free ride there, and yet, they're dreaming of breaking even. It's like when they look up, in the sky and the cloud, and there's Prince Charming's castle floating up there, and there's a rainbow that says breaking even, but it's so far away, so close and yet so far, and Peacock's, oh yeah, we already got that. We already
that'll be the song.
Got that.
Well,
what do you?
I'll break even one day. Yes, coming soon.
It's like Breaking Bad. I mean, not breaking even, Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
So I mean, can you answer that, Mike? What the fuck, dude? How can Peacock be in better financial shape giving it away?
The problem with Disney is that it has a spending problem. It spends too much on content. It overpays. It produces crap. and they pay top dollar, and they just think that they can buy their way into success. And the truth of the matter, that doesn't work that way. Peacock has its own content, yeah, and they have, I mean, when you look at Peacock, HBO, and others, they actually look at a profit and loss. What are we spending our money on in terms of the delivery of the service? And the other thing too that Peacock's got, though, is that, I mean, when you look at the backbone that it has, it didn't go out and overpay to build out this thing called Disney Plus, which has been redesigned. Disney has a spending problem. I mean, Cameron, I think, nailed it on the head when he said that he was walking. Let's just take Cameron's example, and I want you to extrapolate that. Cameron was there years ago, and what did he say? He's walking through the halls, and what does he hear? He hears that people that are in key decision-making positions within content are talking about Lakers tickets and what their assistants' baskets and gift baskets and premieres they're going to, and they're not focused on that grassroots creative, touching into the soul of creativity. Because when you touch into that soul, that's when you get great writing. That's when you get great production. That's when magic happens, and you create something that may cost this much but delivers that much in demand, like what happened with George Lucas and Star Wars back in the day. What we've got at a company of Disney is you take that little example that Cameron made, now extrapolate that times thousands and thousands of people that have access to hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars of budgets, and then you get a company that's full of overspending incompetence.
Mm-hmm. Would you agree with that, Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike hit it exactly the thing. This is if you just scale this out, that's the fundamental problem of Disney. That's what I saw in 2010, right? And the reason I was removed from my job at Tron was that I saw fundamental problems within our process that were causing us to go off budget. Very briefly, when I first joined the show as the head writer, I asked, when are the deliverables? When do we need to get the episodes in so that the animators, we're doing this very advanced computer animation, which was very unique and new at the time for Tron. We were doing it out of Asia, I believe China and Japan. And when do these animators in Asia need to have the final scripts? And I was given those dates. And I worked a calendar backwards to make sure that we always delivered the scripts well in advance of the notes process and whatever. So I knew that we had to stay on budget. And that was my primary concern because I was, not in theory, I was a showrunner. In reality, the head of animation was, but that's what I was told. And so I came in. And then what happened is over a period of several months, we started getting off schedule, not because my team, my writers weren't handing scripts on time. I was very strict on that. The scripts were always in on time or ahead of time, right? The problem was upper level people who had to give approvals were not doing so. Right. There were people involved that were involved in the feature Tron, the sequel had come out. This was essentially linked to that project. And they were off doing press for it and, junkets and this and that and premieres. And so they were never getting back feedback on the scripts or their approvals on time because they were distracted by the glamour and the glitz of Hollywood, which is what I said. The structural thing of Disney, everyone is there for the glamour and the glitz and the power. And so I kept saying, please, we need this, notes by this day. And I'll be told, thanks for your advice. I'm like, it's not advice. These are the dates, right? And well, thanks for your opinion. And after several months of us being off schedule because people did not care, they were too busy with the glamour aspects of being related to this, what was going to be the big franchise before they bought Star Wars. Tron was going to be their big franchise. We were then several weeks, even months off of schedule, which was then piling up because you have to pay essentially overtime and delayed work time to these animators in Asia who are waiting for this, right? Their contract begins on this date and they have no script that's been approved. So you're going to have to pay me. Keep paying me until you're ready. And so that's adding to the budget. And now that we're substantially off budget because the people inside of Disney are not adhering to the protocols. They don't care. Finally, after months of this, I was really agitated because I was like, this is a real problem and we're losing money on this show. The show is not going to survive. So I had a meeting just before Christmas with some of the executives and I sat down and I said, look, you know that this person and that person are the bottleneck in the system. They're not getting us notes on time and they're higher than me on the hierarchy, but in theory, you're the executive. So in theory, you're higher than them. So I need you to go to these two people and say, look, you are going to adhere to the calendar that we've established and get notes back on the scripts or approvals by these dates, or we're going to assume that if we haven't heard from you, we're going to assume that that's an approval and we're going to move forward to the next stage. And they listened to me and go, you want us to make that call? Well, okay, that's good to know. And then that was Christmas break. I came back a week later from the 1 week break on Christmas, right? Come back on New Year's, and New Year's Day, or the day after New Year's, January 2nd, was called in the office, and I was let go. The executive was like, we're not going to make those calls. We're not going to call those people and actually put our, political power and our reputation on the line. But even though they knew it was going further and further off schedule and the budget was massively increasing, like we see how do budgets on these Lucasfilm projects balloon to nonsense, it's because of this kind of stuff, right? Where nobody's controlling the train. And so they let me go, and they said, thank you, but your services are no longer needed. I said, okay, I'm going to leave, but I want 5 minutes of your time to speak my mind. And they said, sure, whatever. Go ahead, say what you got to say, right? And I said, this is what's happened here. We are derailed off schedule. We are substantially off of budget because you will not intervene. I was, this is my personality. I was blunt. You will not intervene with these people. You won't do it because for whatever reason, you feel politically, afraid of doing so. So as a result, this project is already substantially off of budget and we're halfway through the season. And so you're going to replace me with a yes man. I said, you're going to replace me with a yes man, which they did. You replace me with a yes man who will make this worse because that person will be a yes man who's never going to confront them and even make them uncomfortable that they're off schedule. I was making them uncomfortable. That's why they got rid of me. So this is now this is going to exponentially get worse. And what's going to happen is at the end of this season, the cost benefit analysis of continuing Tron as a franchise will be negative. And this show, the people above you will not give you the green light for season 2. And this Tron franchise that you have worked so hard to resurrect with this feature film, bringing, all either the original, some of the original cast back, using the first ever de-aging technology for that, right? To do this, all that work is going to be gone. And you're going to need to find a new franchise, which they did with Star Wars 2 years later.
And then they killed it.
So I'm part of the crisis that happened with Star Wars but they said, thank you very much for your opinions. You can leave now. And I left. I packed up my box and walked out. And everything I said happened. Immediately they probably already identified. They had their yes man in place. The yes man comes in the next day and is ready to go. And the project gets worse and worse. I mean, the quality of the writing goes down. I think many people would say the quality of the second half of Tron is not very good. I'm not there anymore. I tried to make a sophisticated show. Yes man said, yeah, whatever you want. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, well, just write the script. I don't care. I'm no pushback. I'm Mr. Pushback because I'm trying to do good work.
Right.
So now the quality goes down. So you're already massively off budget. The viewership it was Disney XD at the time. Now you can actually watch that one tragic season on Disney Plus. You can see it. My nephew got into it. And so the quality went down. The budget problem exponentially got bigger, as I warned, and people aren't watching it anymore. So at the end of the season, whoever it wasn't, I don't know if it got as high up as Iger, but somewhere up the line, the system, somebody looked at the numbers, said, we can't justify continuing Tron. So we're going to pull the whole, not just this animated show, we're pulling the whole franchise, which is what I warned would happen. Have we seen a Tron movie since 2010? We have not, right? No. And they're still talking about it. It's 2023. They're talking about Jared Leto. 13 years later, this franchise was dead. And I said it to their faces because none of you care. This is going to derail not just this project, but a multi-billion-dollar franchise. And they did not care because they're still there as far as I can tell. One of those executives was recently let go. I kind of liked her. She was let go in the recent layoffs. She's a very, very sweet woman, Khaki Joan, who actually tried to warn me, yeah, you're ruffling feathers. That's not going to work. Right. She survived 13 years. They let her go a few weeks ago in this recent purge. And that's unfortunate because she was a good person in the system. As far as I know, some of the other executives who did not care are still there getting their Lakers tickets. They're still there. Yeah. We lost $1 billion franchise, so we had to go to Lucas, put a gun to his head and says, you're giving us Star Wars now, right? To make all of our lives miserable. That's Disney. That's the system. And now, as Mike is saying, the time is coming to pay the piper. Just like the time came to pay the piper for Tron, the time is now coming to pay the piper for the whole system. And there's no way out of it.
Yeah. I mean, Paramount's in deep shit as well. And I think it's just a systemic problem. And that, I guess, explains why Peacock can give their product away largely and still be within reach of profitability.
Well, they're also smart with ads, the ad tier, and how they're handling they're handling. They're coming from a perspective of understanding that this is streaming as a delivery medium, not some kind of magic thing called Plus.
Yes.
You know, they understand that, look, we've got to have ads and we've got to have, you know, I mean, they're not delusional. You know, Disney has a lot of delusional people running around its company, and they're running around, you know, just like the company, that analogy that Cameron had about one person, they've got people running around the company in all divisions that are like this. And if Iger's smart, he'll purge, but he's got a lot of fires. I mean, he's worried about DeSantis in Florida. What he needs to worry about is Comcast Universal, because if they realize what they've got, had they handled their investor call that I did a couple weeks ago live and covered it properly, Comcast Universal doesn't even know what they've got. Because if I were running that company and that investor call, I would have come out and I would have said something like this: look, you know, we're pleased that our movies are making great. We're having fantastic box office results with our studio division. We're very pleased with what's happening with our streaming delivery system. And we're very pleased and excited, not only what we have at our current Universal offerings, but we're excited about the new Universal parks we're going to open around the country. And we're super excited about our expansion. Never before has Universal Comcast been more poised to be the global entertainment company that takes care of families around the world.
Right. And
mic drop. That's what I would have done if I were CEO of Comcast. But instead, they're talking about, well, then our broadband content was improved by the number of megabytes. I mean, they don't even know what they got. And that's why their stock's trading at $32. And their balance sheet, by the way, is not saddled with a ton of debt like Bob is. Bob's focused on the wrong enemy. Bob better watch it. And the other thing, too, that Bob Iger doesn't have is a little bit of appreciation, because let us not forget that California shut down Disneyland and hard in the middle of the koof.
Right.
Florida didn't. Disney might not be alive as a company today had they been shut down for those 2 years. Like if they were shut down in Florida, like California shut down Disneyland, we might be talking about the pieces being sold off at auction. We wouldn't even be talking about Indy 5. We'd be talking about pieces that are being sold off at auction, because they would have defaulted on their debt. So I don't know. As a shareholder, I'd like to see a little bit more appreciation for the fact that Florida stayed open and California didn't. Bob.
But it isn't that
We're not closing
how
Disney,
far
Florida. Shit, they missed their chance.
But Mike, isn't that indicative of how far into the political cult that Bob Iger has saddled himself with, and he can't get back out? Because I mean,
yeah, that's why I'm getting, and I'm about to get in a massive brawl. My sister's coming in; she's a Disney adult shill. I mean, I just found out. She didn't tell me, but I just found out that she renewed her annual pass, and she's been to Disneyland twice in the last month in California. I'm going to light her up. She and I'm going to get in the biggest knockdown drug. I mean, not physically, but just verbally. Because this is a company that is so committed to its political agenda of K through 3 sexualization of kids that it's filed a freedom of speech lawsuit in federal court.
What?
Well, that's what this court filing is.
That's whole thing of them filing. That's the claim is that you know, by
the Disney lawsuit against DeSantis was filed in federal court, and its overarching compelling argument is that they were exercising their rights of free speach.
It's a weak argument legally. It's not exactly a plausible argument. No. Whatever.
They're delusional.
Yeah. Clearly.
Yeah, clear.
Well, hashtag Cameron Pasha was right. They should have listened to him back at Tron, because the templates have stayed in place, and look at the result.
And they wouldn't have had to buy this. They would have had to buy Star Wars.
No, they wouldn't. Exactly. The failure of Tron is what led to Star Wars.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Mike. I mean, go ahead, Douglas. Sorry.
No, that's the whole point, you know. And the signs were there, and the laziness and idiocy, and then try to cover that up with your virtue signaling, and you get deeper and deeper into this. And look at it. I mean, Disney's in danger. You know, who'd have thought? But that's the amazing thing about it.
I think they're in more danger than they realize, because you know, when Mike, when you were going over like all the wonderful like things that Universal could have touted. One of the things that Universal could have touted could have been, nobody talks about Universal in conjunction with Epstein or grooming. And I think that's a huge, incalculable like bonus.
I mean,
because fair or not, true or not, if this meme, this perception is out there due to not entirely unjustly because of Disney's strategy of basically ignoring parental rights and just deciding what these kids should be exposed to, has created a great deal of hostility that is really non-quantifiable at this point. And it's a question of whether it will grow or not, or whether it will fizzle out. But while they are pissing away all this money on development and doing the kinds of operations that Cameron Pashaw was talking about here, their public trust and their perception, their approval among the public is really declining.
But the thing is, Doomcock, they don't know. Nobody, forget Disney. Nobody in Hollywood knows this. There's not a. By the way, in Hollywood, if you ask the average my screenwriter friends who are educated people, you ask them what are people upset about, they will say that Disney. They will say that DeSantis in Florida, they want to genocide gay people, and that's the level of analysis that you're going to get. That's the level of, Gary, would you get? That's the level of analysis you get. When you say to them, well, they're concerned about children being exposed. They're like, well, children should. I mean, LGBTQ is part of the human condition. Children should be taught about this in public school. What are you even talking about, right? I mean, there's not a single bit of awareness that this point of view is perhaps a minority point of view in the United States and on the planet. There's no awareness of it at all. People are not aware what the conversation is. There's no awareness that, the conversation always goes to extremes here. People are like, well, you're trying to ban drag queens, and, you're trying to, you couldn't make Some Like It Hot today, right? It's like, yeah, you could make Some Like It Hot, but you don't have Some Like It Hot shaking booties in 6-year-old kids' faces, right? That's not what's happening there in that movie. And so, but there is no awareness that it's about, that the conversation is about child protection. There's no awareness of the narrative. None. That you could, and so of course, how can you change something when there's not even an acknowledgement that that's what the other side is saying?
Well, that's crazy. Don't they have Twitter? I mean,
they don't read like one of.
Well, yeah, they don't read the actual law.
Oh no, they don't read.
It's only a paragraph. For once, a law that was only 2 pages.
One of the producers I'm very close with, but he's a standard, believes whatever the narrative of whatever I want to know. What is the official narrative? I go to my friend, right? And my friend was just telling me 3 days ago, like, I'm so glad Tucker Carlson is off of Fox because he is such a extremist, And I was like, I said, well, I think one of the reasons that he might have been removed is because he was actually anti-war. And he's like, what? He might be anti-war and might be critical of Big Pharma. It was literally, I was talking another language. Like, what are you talking about? He was removed because he was so racist that even Fox didn't take him. I was like, that's the actual reason he was removed. He's out there criticizing war in Ukraine and criticizing Big Pharma. And then he's off the next day, right? But there is no awareness of that. There's literally, this is my friend. I gauge with him. Is like, okay, so that's what everybody thinks. No, there is zero awareness of what the conservative critique is. There is no awareness of it. There's no conversation. The language doesn't exist. It's not coming out of their mouths. So how do you adjust a system like that?
Well, you let it fail, I guess. But I think Disney's on shakier legs than they understand. That's basically my point.
APEC understood that, but they got rid of them.
Yeah, Chapek did. And I guess Peltz probably by extension, since Peltz and he were kind of coordinating and trying to return some form of fiscal sanity to the board, which is one of the many reasons why he was eliminated. What do you think the future is for Disney? We're about to go to super chats, but Mike, do you think that come 2024? Is Disney going to continue to decline, do you think, or are they going to be able to turn some of this around?
I believe they're going to continue to decline because regardless of all the amounts of cuts, they've got a critical mass of stupid in management at the exec levels. Our hope for salvation is with people like Nelson Peltz and investors. We can no longer focus on mid-level managers or executives. We cannot focus on Bob Iger. We can't even focus on the board. We have to hope that investors, whether they're individual investors that called in on that call, remember that last month?
Yeah.
Whether they're individuals that call in, whether they're pension funds that sue, whether they're institutional investors like Nielsen Peltz, that is our last great hope for saving this company, because I continue to be convinced by the actions that it takes, even as recently as how it's handling this lawsuit, that this is a company where the executives and the managers are delusional and they're just out on a rampage to use this company and its cash flow for social purposes or political purposes that it shouldn't. And by the way, there's one other time bomb ticking that I think is another long-term one, which is that their decision to vault the classics that they used to re-release, like Cinderella, and I mean, the list goes on and on. Younger generation has no awareness of this. I asked Max who are his top 3 to 5 favorite Disney characters. He didn't get past Mickey and Minnie Mouse.
Wow.
Now I can go on and 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 tell you why, like, you know, Goofy or Daffy and more than, I mean, I can have that convo. We could do a 4-hour live stream on those characters, right?
Right.
And I asked him, I said, well, which ones do you care about most? He's like, I don't know. But it wasn't, I don't know, like, I can't decide. It was, I don't know, because I don't care, and I want to, you know, but Jesus, I couldn't shut him up when we went to see Super Mario Brothers.
Wow. That right there is telling.
Why would my kid, and so this brought something else. Well, no wonder he wants to go to Universal, because he has there's not going to be any joy for him to go, and like nothing's going to mean anything to him, because there's no shared experience. There's no shared universe for him. For, you know, I mean, I know that if they had re-released Cinderella, I would have taken them to go see it or something like that in September last. You know what I mean? But they're not. They're vaulted, and so they think that whether it's Song of the South or you know whether it's something more like Cinderella or Snow White, this company is a ticking time bomb of lack of opportunities being taken, and a bomb, IP bomb's going to explode. I'm convinced that our last hope is the things that Cameron writes about in his Patreon, which are the investors. And we need the individual and institutional and pension funds to stand up to this crap to save this company, because if they don't, all is lost. Disney's
already lost. I mean, when you said that, it's not, now my mind is just firing on all, like, sparking, like Robbie the Robot in Forbidden Planet.
Yes.
Where it's like, my God, there is a cognitive gulf, an experiential gulf, where this is a company that was built on imagination and these epic characters, and the way that they sustained themselves was every single generation was exposed again to all of those characters. 101 Dalmatians, Snow White, Pinocchio, Jiminy Cricket, all of those in theaters, and them vaulting this stuff. And saying, no, what we're going to do, is we're going to remake all this shit and go ahead and get the next generation that way. Well, but the problem is that it's always in every possible situation an inferior knockoff that does not inspire the kind of loyalty, excitement, and joy in kids as these animated classics with the animated songs. And so you've got generations, they're basically making themselves extinct in the public consciousness of the next up and coming generations, where they will not give a shit about this stuff. All this stuff is disposable to them. This Little Mermaid thing, none of these kids are going to remember this shit. It's just mundane, bland, and pedestrian. And so they're killing themselves. The whole point of it is the IPs are their life's blood, and that life's blood they've like sealed off in baggies in the vault. So holy fuck, are they fucked? I mean, I hadn't even considered that, but you saying that your kid doesn't even just Minnie and Mickey?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Whereas a guy like man,
but we can help them rediscover the past. My nephew, my nephew He's 8 years old. Loved Wednesday. I hadn't seen Wednesday. He got me to watching Wednesday, which I very much enjoyed. But I said, okay, great. We got on Wednesday. Did you know this is based on an old black and white show? He's like, what? Black and white? I said, so I got him to watching the Addams Family on wherever they're showing the reruns. And now he's addicted to the original Addams Family. He's rediscovering the past.
Right.
But I had to get him there. Like, I also got him into watching Little House on the Prairie. He's like, this is a great show. As an 8-year-old kid who had never heard of any of this, right? David, it blows him away to see Laura Ingalls Wilder running around without a cell phone, and milking cows.
You know what, my kid?
Him.
I'm sorry to talk again because I know it's someone else's turn, but I'm going to throw this out at you, Doomcock. But all hope is not lost. My kid, you know what he deep dive watched was all the Godzilla movies, and he had an hour and a half debate with me, and I just listened, and I was mesmerized. I just listened to him talk, and he was describing to me all of the different versions of Godzillas and why, which movie and when and how and why real Godzilla was real Godzilla and when he wasn't, and then he even knew who directed, did research and figured out which ones were done by which. I was like, oh my God, there's still hope for the next generation, because that told me that he knows quality. And these are black and white. I mean, why is he watching Godzilla from the 50s, 60s? And he's like, Dad, you don't understand these. And he's telling me, he's like, Dad, this guy had to wear a suit and he had to do this. And there's no CGI. I'm like, what CGI? He's like, computer graphic effects, Dad. Come on. That's how they're doing all the movies. But they didn't have them back then. And his eyes are big. And I'm just like, and I'm just listening to him. I'm watching the child imagination come. So all hope is not lost. But for Disney, at least with my kids' generation, it might be if they don't get their shit together.
I hope they pay. I really do. And on that optimistic note, we should go ahead and do some super chats, and then we're going to talk about this Indiana Jones 5 footage that was initially leaked, and now some of it has been released by Disney, and it just looks awful. And also maybe a little bit of the reaction to the Little Mermaid that's floating around out there. But let's grab a few super chats here while we're here, shall we? Inspired by that. That's some very good news. Eric Carroll says, does anyone agree with me that the movies with the original cast are the best Star Treks of all? Yes. I would not disagree with that at all.
I would agree.
No doubt about it. Those are the ones, and nothing since has compared. Sadly, my friend. Sadly, Eric. Thank you for being an arch villain for 21 months. And Saul Schimek also has been an arch villain for 21 months, and he says, been a long 21 months. Lots of ups and many downs and a lot of hard work, but I'm still here and still making suggestions for pop culture alternatives. It's going to be a long war. Now put your helmets on, dig in, and fight. Yes, sir, Saul Schimek. Thank you, sir, for sharing that opinion. That is outstanding and well said. Marvel 2099 has been an arch villain for 32 months. Thank you, Marvel 2099, and says, hail chat and hail Lord Doomcock. Happy belated birthday for Monday. Well, thank you, Marvel 2099. I appreciate that very, very much. He says, hope you managed to see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. If you did, what did you think of it?
Well, we go back. We're not going there, Doomcock.
Yeah.
I'm exhibiting I don't even have veto power here, but I'm going to pretend like I do. But next super chat, bro, go back and watch last week's stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I go back there and do it,
and I hated it for many, many reasons. Marvel 2099, and I got very emotional about it last week. So we won't talk about it, but the animal abuse and also just in general, the way that the characters were written, the way that they interacted, and the way that they wound up, none of that felt like Guardians of the Galaxy to me, and I was beyond disappointed. I was devastated. So there you go, Marvel 2099. But go back and you can check it out for yourself and get the long form reaction, sir. Saul Schimek with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Saul says, recommendation: Inspector Imanashi Investigates. Early 1960s noir novel set in Japan during that time, setting murder mystery while confronting some of Japan's less savory side by Saiko Matsumoto. Thank you, Saul Shymek. So that is called Inspector Imanashi Investigates, which 60s noir. Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Saul. Appreciate, again, your insights. Gunstar1 with a $15 super chat. Very generous. Thank you, Gunstar1. So, hail to you, my liege, the mighty panel, and the chat. Hope all is well. I've been working on programming, so I haven't been around much. Have a great show, and everyone have a great weekend. Well, thank you, Gunstar1. The weekend is still quite a ways away, but it's never too early to gear up for it, I think. So thank you, Gunstar1. You're awesome, man. Gunstar1. Warachi with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Warachi. Says, is it somewhat heartening that the woke and racist trash who made the new Cleopatra show are being resoundingly crushed? It seems that just a year ago, this would have been viciously defended by the filth. Yeah. Well, I think woke is going broke and is kind of choke on its own crap. You know, I really do think that woke is almost like an infection, and the body politic, the greater public are building up antibodies to it. I really think that's true. And I think that the longer it goes, the more people are going to be waking up to this, even the normies who it's finally like intruding on their consciousness and they don't like it one bit.
Well, one of the things that's adding, at least there's at least this awareness that is beginning to happen in Hollywood, that some of the woke efforts to protect minorities and advance, representation, are actually quite, as you said, racist and disrespectful to the people that they're allegedly helping. So started off with, there is beginning to be an awareness that most Latinos dislike Latinx and Latini or whatever. There's a beginning to be an awareness of this. I've had Hollywood screenwriters told me, he's like, yeah, I've stopped doing Latinx because a lot of my Latino friends said they found it offensive, and I was quite shocked, but I want to respect them. There's beginning to be an awareness. And with Cleopatra, the fact that the Egyptian government and the Egyptian, Supreme Council of Antiquities said this is historically inaccurate, right? And I've been to Egypt several times. You should go, Doomcock. You would very much love the pyramids. But,
I would.
It is an Arab country, and it is also very much an African country. There's a full range of skin tone there, right? A lot of people that look sub-Saharan African, in Egypt today. So the Egyptians are not ashamed of who they are. They're not ashamed of their genetic diversity. They're very proud of their history, and they know that Cleopatra was Macedonian, right? And the argument that she had some African lineage is just not strong from a historical perspective. It's not completely not there. There is some claim to it, but it is just not on the balance of the current historical scholarship supported by the Egyptian people, who are very proud of the various historical periods they went through. This is the Ptolemy period after Alexander the Great, when Greek culture dominated. We forget that before Arabic became the language of the Egyptians, it was actually several centuries after Islam conquered Egypt. It was a majority Christian country till Muslims took over Egypt in the 7th century, and it remained a majority Christian country until the 10th century, and they wrote in Coptic. Coptic is essentially a form of Greek.
Right.
And so, that they're very proud of this Greek Macedonian 1,000-year period of their heritage. And so so slowly Hollywood's like, oh, well, the brown people are not liking what we're doing. Oh, okay. I got to pretend to be sensitive about that. That's the pushback that's beginning to get through.
I'm delighted because it's about time. That's fantastic. Because I've made the argument of a long time that this woke movement is not helping anybody. It's not helping the people that it purports to support. It's not helping them at all. In fact, it's just alienating great groups of people away from those people and setting back the liberal cause of equality and mutual respect and tolerance by decades. Scott V with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Scott. Says, hail Doomcock and panel. My oldest son and you share the same birthday. Wow, that's very cool, Scott V. Live long and prosper and happy birthday. The same to you and your oldest son. Tell him I said happy birthday. The future ruler of Earth said happy birthday to him. That's outstanding. Detroitus 2 with a $2 super chat says, hail Doomcock. I say hail Detroitus 2 and thank you, my friend. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, hail, my lord. Have you checked out the emails I sent you during the last Archvillain live stream? And good news, the new Rurouni Kenshin anime has an air date of July 6th. Outstanding, Jack. Yes, I did. I meant to get back to you, but well, I've been busy celebrating my birthday and recovering from hangovers and et cetera and so on as a consequence. Thank you, Jack White. I will respond to those, my friend. I will respond to those. Thank you. Troy Neenan with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Troy says, I hope they sell the Muppets back to Henson. Also, please stream Defunct Land and Yesterday on the other channel. The documentaries are great. Are those other channels? Defunct Land and Yesteryear?
Well, Defunct Land, I know. I watch a lot of those, but I haven't seen the other one.
Well, I can't, do other people's content on,
No, we don't do that here.
But I thank you, Troy, for, bringing that to my attention, my friend. Thank you for that. Let me do a few more of these before we go to the next segment. Douchebag Kylo with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Douchebag Kylo says, don't go to NF to stream American Graffiti. The transfer they have is awful. Spring for the $8 Blu-ray. Gorgeous. What is NF? Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay. So they have a shitty transfer? Oh, God, that's terrible. Yeah, we are going to discuss the Great American Graffiti next week. That's going to be the movie we love. We were going to do it this week, but it's kind of a special occasion in the history of American Graffiti next week. So that's when we're going to do it, Douchebag Kylo. But thank you for the tip, folks. Don't watch it on Netflix. They have a terrible, terrible transfer. And Big Dave K has been a member of mine for 15 months and says, hello, DC. That's it. Just saying hi. How are you? I'm much better today. Thank you, Big Dave K. It's been a kind of a tough, I don't know. I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here with all of you today. And I hope everybody's having a great time. Paul Lanchantin with a incredibly generous $100, and it is Paul's first super chat. Thank you, Paul Lanchantin. And Paul, I don't see that you said anything, or maybe you hit send prematurely, but if you have anything that you would like me to read, please just call it to my attention in the chat. I'll watch for it at Overlord DVD. I'll be happy to read anything that you would like me to say, sir. But I thank you for that super chat. You're an executive producer on tonight's Pop Culture Breakdown. So God bless you, Paul. And man, welcome to the show. Thank you. Executive producer. It's first time out. Hail, Paul Lanchantin. And I'm watching for you, buddy. Kevin Keene with a $5 super sticker, a Bushiba yelling, hiya. Thank you, Kevin. I say hiya right back, brother. And I hope you're enjoying the show. Thank you for being here tonight. Padre with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Padre says, speaking of tuk-tuks, it was 11 years ago today that my pal John came running out of the room shouting, it's a boy, it's a boy, with tears streaming down his face. We never did go back to Thailand.
Wait, what?
I don't know. Oh, tuk-tuk. Get it? Get it? He was tucking like James Gunn in
Everyone in Hollywood would have gotten it. You're just not in the same wavelength.
We're relatively innocent here. As perverse as our sense of humor is, compared to Hollywood, you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Rebel Concho Dragon, who's been a member of mine for 4 months, says, with the latest cringe that is modern Little Mermaid on the horizon, Zaslav and Universal Studios are taking the mouse to the cleaners. Hail DC and panel. Hail to you, Rebel Concho Dragon. Yeah. I think Disney is Disney's desperate not to have this live action Little Turd Maid actually bomb, but I think it's going to bomb. I think it's going to be
okay. Think about this. All this stuff was put onto the tracks years ago, right? Years ago, at a time when there was still a cloud of very open delusion that was covering everything, right? The last year, especially Chapek's efforts, then his firing, and then Iger being forced to do what Chapek said he was going to do, but even more aggressively by these investors, right? It's just from the perspective of anybody at Disney like Iger who might, whether he likes it or not, sees the big picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do? I mean, every effort to fix what they've done has these trains that were set in motion 5 years ago coming down at them, with blaring lights, right? I mean, they are trapped by the machine they put in motion, and we are seeing the consequences of it now. And there's still some consequences left to unwind. I mean, I will say this. There is at least some awareness to the point that they got rid of people like Alonso. If anyone went to my Patreon during the firings, there were quite a few names that I listed on Patreon that my Disney insider said this was one of the wokesters and they were fired. Like, you'd see a trade reference to them being released. And then one of my Disney sources like, no, you don't know this person. It's not just the trade said this person was let go at Disney 3 weeks ago, right? No, this person was behind this, this, and this, right? And it's not being discussed in the trades why they were let go or the political ideologies. But there actually were quite a few mini Alonsos that were let go in the last few weeks. So something is happening. The problem is, even as they're throwing these people out of the train, there's this other train coming right at them that was set in motion 5 years ago. It's just an impossible situation. And I'm actually glad that my buddy Chapek is not there to deal with it. This is Iger's creation. Now Iger has to face the train he put in motion. And I don't know that he can.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why he's said, I'm only staying for 2 years, and he's getting the hell out of there. He's like Harold Hill in The Music Man. He's gonna
he's got a lot of karma to unwind. This guy is going to be remembered as a tragic figure. Although many of us won't have much sympathy for him. Hollywood will see him as a tragic figure, undone by his own actions. He can't escape it.
Hoist on his own petard. There you go. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Michael says class action lawsuit against Disney. Whatever happened to the good old days of torches and pitchforks? Another tradition lost. I know, Tevye, right? He sang about it. If I had a pitchfork. Thank you, Michael Beacom. And Dark Saber Force with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend, says hashtag Doomcock is Margot Robbie. What? That's what Harvey said. Suck on that, Doomcock. Shut up, asshole. Thank you, Dark Saber Force, for ratting out Harvey. I am not Margot Robbie. If I was, I wouldn't be here. I'd be naked in front of the mirror, just staring at myself.
Correct.
Probably taking video. Andrew Randell with a $22 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Andrew. Says, I am loving this pop culture breakdown. Rock on. Thank you, Andrew Randell. We're rocking on, buddy. We're about to talk about the Tuk Tuk Chase that was released from Indy 5, the shape of things to come. Rick Retro is a new channel member at the Dominion level. Thank you very much, Rick. We appreciate you joining the club, and we are glad that you are here. Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, with two $4.99 super chats. Thank you so much, Stephanie. She says, they lied to Nelson Peltz then. Oh, I love it. I read something about Nelson Peltz taking more of a stake in Disney or something in light of all this, or I forget what the article was about, but I guess he's still got his foot in the door. He may even make another move before too long.
There's a few of these guys. This guy Dan Loeb. There's a few of these characters, and as I wrote on my Patreon, this lawsuit, this effort. They don't have a class action officially certified yet. They may not be able to do it, right? But this effort is more trouble for them because this is once the shareholders are unleashed, they don't stop coming, right? It's like once you've got a rodent problem, you can't get rid of it, right? So other shareholders are going to keep coming. And again, I think we know there are some deep secrets these people are trying to hide from the SEC and everybody else, right? And now that gin is out of the bottle, right? And it's not going to stop. The shareholders, average shareholders, big shareholders are just going to keep hassling them.
Yep, and Peltz is going to keep coming and keep on coming. He doesn't like to lose, and he doesn't typically lose. So
well, look at this. I'm looking, right now because we're on strike. I'm I'm very conscious of my finances. I'm looking at my savings, what investments I've got, and I've got one stock, right, that's down like 20% over the time, right? And that stock didn't work out, and I lost like $1,000 on it so far. That $1,000 haunts me. I can't get it out of my head that I wasted my money on this thing, right? That's $1,000. Imagine if you're Nelson Peltz and you put $1 billion in Disney and that's not worth $500 million.
Ouch.
I mean, I can't get this $1,000 loss out of my head. Can you imagine that dude who's got investors like, hey man, why is my 1 billion worth 500 million? You need to talk to somebody, right? I mean, I can't get it. Of course, he's not going to let go.
Well, all I can say is if you've seen pictures of Nelson Peltz, the man is 27 years old. And I think, yeah, the losses have weighed heavily upon him. Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, also says Cameron was late because we were gossiping on the phone.
We were. I was driving and
Oh.
we were gossiping on the phone. We only said good things about you, but we were gossiping on the phone. And none of
They're those kids when the recess bell ends, they're still in the hallway.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you something.
Well, I don't know if
going
you do. I met her. I finally met Steph. I was in Pennsylvania at Penn State teaching for the last 4 months. Stephanie lives in Pennsylvania. I finally was able to drive out a few hours away to visit her, and we had a very nice one-on-one coffee. She's quite a lovely person in real life.
She is awesome. She absolutely is. We need to go ahead and get her back on the show at some point. Thank you, Stephanie, so much. It's always great to hear from you, dear lady. And Walter Tomaszewski with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Walter. Says Hulu won't save Disney if Disney screws it up or treats it the way they do the Muppets. Yeah. Well, Disney doesn't know how to not fuck up things, honestly. I mean, they really are experts on that. It's the most bizarre thing. All right, let's go ahead and get to the next topic here. Welcome, Andy Masterson. How are you, my friend?
Hello, everyone. I reject the name Irish X if anybody starts it.
Okay. Very well.
Gaelic X.
X, Irish X. So yeah, look, I think we were planning on talking about this Indiana Jones 5 leak, this dreaded tuk-tuk chase. You know, the thing about tuk-tuks is they don't go all that fast, and they seem about as dangerous as Indy riding the go-kart over at Magic Mountain. Those little go-karts that, bumper cars, the little bumper cars. I mean, it basically reminded me of that. It turns out, oddly enough, tuk-tuk sucks. And this is not, I mean, I know this is Indiana Jones and the, stroller of destiny, or the shallow ramp of easy access. But Gary, what did you think when you saw this footage? And for those of you who don't know or didn't see it, these tuk-tuks are basically like little golf carts. They're very, very small, and they're darting, down the streets, narrow streets. There's a tuk-tuk chasing another. Well, they're Indy and Phoebe Waller-Bridge are both driving tuk-tuks, and they're being chased by a car. And they're in turn chasing to the Nazi who's got the dial of destiny traveling through time, whatever. And it is not thrilling. Basically, they're having conversations during it. Phoebe Waller, Indy's basically saying, "How did you turn out this way?" And she's what? Amazing and self-sufficient and stunning and brave. And it's absolutely staggeringly underwhelming. And and Phoebe Waller-Bridge is just every bit as awful as my sources have said. We'll just go around and see who's seen this thing, but it was truly underwhelming. The music was underwhelming. It was kind of pathetic where the most daring thing that happens in it is Indy jumps from one tuk-tuk to another, which is a jump of about a foot and a half to dodge a car that hits the other tuk-tuk. But Gary, what you love Indiana Jones as much as I do. What'd you think of this?
Well, this is coming from the survivor of a tuk-tuk accident. I was in a tuk-tuk crash in, I think it was 2012. And it's one of the funniest things I've ever experienced in my life. It really was fucking hilarious.
Are you serious?
I am absolutely serious. I was
PTSD?
I was stuck in a tuk-tuk, and the motherfucker that was driving it jumped off because he saw that he was heading toward a wall, and I was stuck in the pod. and we just rammed right into the wall. And I swear it had to be one of the funniest things that ever happened to me. So, you know, it's not to be taken seriously in any way, shape, or form. It's like running into a wall in a bumper car. Now, to be fair, to be fair to Indy 5, let's be fair. This could be possibly early on in the movie, so it's not like the primary chase. Let's hope that it isn't the primary chase in the film. You know what I mean? Because it's pretty fucking ridiculous. But having said that, you know, the way it looks fake. It looks like a cartoon. It looks like, you know, we're all getting Crystal Skull vibes, and we have Phoebe Waller-Bridge. You know, so really two very bad things, two bad tastes that just don't belong together. I just thought it was ridiculous that they're having a conversation from Tuk Tuk to Tuk Tuk about whatever the fuck it is that we're talking about. I don't know. You know, it's funny because they're tricking you with the editing. The editing's really fast paced, and there's some action in it, and you know there's a scene where somebody gets shot up or something like that, and I'm like, all right, you can already tell it's kind of been Disney-fied a little bit. Let's go back to Raiders when, you know, a motherfucker got chopped up by a propeller,
Right.
know, and they almost showed it. You know, like you see Marion's face like this, and then it's just red. You know, there's some hardcore violence in Indiana Jones. Let's not downplay that. And that was part of the intensity in the movie. Like, oh shit, that guy just got chopped up by an airplane.
Dude, he shot a guy in cold blood.
Yes.
I mean, there's
Dude,
some
all he's
hardcore
doing is
shit.
waving a sword. Come on.
I mean, exactly. Yeah, he just flat out fucking shot him, and that was hilarious. And that was a joke too. And even Last Crusade, even the like the most like kind of PG version of Indiana Jones, which was kind of like a more kiddie version of Indiana Jones. I mean, even Sean Connery pulled the trigger on that gun on the tank and blew up this truck full of Germans. And you saw them shoot out of the truck, and they're screaming. And that's one of the coolest parts of that movie. So I don't know. It's kind of, you can tell it's kind of a muzzled violence, which, all right, you know. Hopefully this is just some little piece that they're showing us that's not important to the movie. I think that they showed this. I think they released it because it was leaked out and they had no choice. Kind of. I don't know. That's what I think, because I watched it when it was leaked out and it was, I don't know. It really felt like Crystal Skull. It really, really did. You know, that everybody remembers that cringe moment in Crystal Skull where Shia LaBeouf is like perched between two Jeeps and he's sword fighting some, you know, Russian, and the plants keep hitting him in the balls, you know, and it's like, this is fucking stupid. Do you guys remember when Indiana Jones Harrison Ford was actually dragged behind a truck for real and went, like, you know, the stunt guy went under the truck, you know, he was thrown out of the front. That shit all really happened. And it was simpler than, it's not as complicated as what we're seeing in this little piece of footage, but at least it was real. It was real, and you're like, that motherfucker's under a truck. Oh my God, he's gonna get run over. Oh shit, he threw that guy out of a truck. There's a scene where the guy gets run over by the truck after Indy throws his ass out. You know, that's Indiana Jones. That shit's real. I mean, we don't need to go into the end of Raiders. I mean, I don't think we're not gonna get the end of Raiders in this new movie. We're not gonna get that. It's just
we're not gonna get
happen.
the start of Raiders. Remember, adios, Sapito, with the like all those spikes coming right through him, like blood everywhere, and spikes sticking out of him, and you know, adios, Sapito.
That was fucking great.
Holy shit, man! That is fantastic stuff.
I know.
That is fantastic stuff. And this, I mean, so you think that this was only released because it was leaked somehow?
That's the only thing I can come up with, because, you know, it leaked out and then they scrubbed all of the footage from the internet, but a couple people still had it. I was able to follow the link and I watched it. And if I'm not mistaken, the scene that they officially released is not the full piece of what was leaked.
No, it's only about a minute.
That little piece. So the stuff that was leaked out was almost like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
It was a lot. And so this little piece, they just kind of released it. I really think that they did that because they had to do something. You know what I mean? They had to show you the best version of that scene so that they couldn't say, well, it was from a cam footage or it was from somebody's pocket and it's obscured and you can hear the audience and it doesn't sound quite right. So you guys are, you're prejudging it. I think that's why they released it, honestly.
And you feel that someone released it with a negative agenda, with the intention of saying this thing is not good? What do you think the intention was behind the leak?
The leak was to show people how shitty it was. That's what I think. Because you can't help but look at it and you're like, here we go, 2008 again, only with Fleabag. So double fucked, like
Yeah, right. Well,
it was really shitty.
Think about it, dude. Think about it. I mean, Cameron, you don't write scenes that are 6 pages long. This thing.
This is bad writing.
This is terrible. I mean, this is not an exciting sequence. Is the point? This thing drags on for 6 fucking minutes.
Cameron, they got
days.
They're having exposition between each other while they're tuck to tuck. They're looking over and talking to each other as they're evading heavy traffic. And these tuk-tuks look like they're going about as fast as a fucking pod racer too, which is hilarious to me because they go about 13 miles an hour. Yeah, they're not very fast. That's why it was so funny when I crashed in the tuk-tuk, because it really wasn't going that fast. It was more like a Big Lebowski crash where the thing kind of bounced and then, rolled over and I was inside it, and it was funny.
And they had a year to fix this. Chapek said, "Go back and reshoot this thing." They had a year to fix this.
This is
the best
the
they got.
This is
version.
the fix.
That's what stood out.
That's the shitty thing. It's like, oh boy,
This is the fix. And you know what? Really, it is a remake of. Do you remember in Seinfeld when George is in that handicapped chair being chased by another guy in a handicapped chair down the street going at 2 miles an hour, and that's basically what this is. It's painful.
Well, like I said, giving it the benefit of the doubt, if it's an early chase, kind of like, remember the basket game in Raiders, where it was kind of this goofy tongue-in-cheek thing, I'm not comparing it to the basket game. I'm not going to compare it to that, because that scene was incredible. I mean, Harrison Ford is pulling that whip out, and he's really whipping the hell out of them thugs, and I'm scared for those stuntmen.
Yeah.
I watched that and I'm like, how? I wouldn't have done that. Those guys would have had their faces torn open. But, if this is just an early kind of, throwaway kind of goofy fun chase to get you started, okay, but it still sucks, it's still shitty.
Yeah.
So I can clearly see why Steven Spielberg was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out of here.
It's painful. It's painful. Rancor Steve, did you have any opinion on this footage? You saw it, right?
Oh, I saw it all right. Editing wasn't that bad. The whatever 7-minute clip that I saw, it wasn't that bad. It was decent. I just don't get I get the humor to tuk-tuks. I do. I've never been on them, so I don't know. But I think I'd have fun with it. But it reminded me they wanted to reenact a stunt in Indiana Jones where he's jumping onto the truck, and that's what they were trying to do. From the clip I saw, I was like, this is stupid. It downs the stunts. It downgrades everything about Indiana Jones, and the whole bickering with what her stupid name I don't give a shit about anymore, Phoebe, whatever. And it's this whole bickering of like, you're old and all this. I'm like, we all know he's old. Like, you don't have to rub it in his face. That was what I was getting. She was rubbing in his face that he was old. The clip I saw, I was like, you don't have to do that
Multiple times.
Yeah,
Multiple times, Steve. Yeah. Before
I
they
felt
got
bad.
on
I
the
was like,
tuk-tuks. Multiple times.
The entire time I was thinking he's probably trying to get to watch Wheel of Fortune or Bingo Night or something. Like, it was the entire scene was
Terrible.
It's bad. I had a couple friends asking me like, I want to see. I was like, no, you don't really want to. Trust me on this. It's like taking an old person out of retirement home and then just dragging him to like something boring. That's what it felt like. I've worked in retirement homes. It's boring. Like, I don't know. Like, I just felt like her bashing him for being old, and I was like, that's kind of mean, but okay. Then he's like, I'm gonna try a stunt, and I'm like, that's not a stunt. That's just you giving up on life, and it's not funny. That's the thing. I was hoping for like the music I liked. I like the editing and music. That was the pacing was
Yeah,
right.
it's
But
Williams.
everything
It's
else
John
in
Williams.
between, I was like, Jesus, man, I'm hoping it's the beginning. But if it's in the middle or near the end, holy fuck, we're in
It
for a
can't. It
treat.
can't be at the beginning because I mean, she's got to show up. She's got to go ahead and see him in school. At his retirement party. She needs to go ahead and convince him to come along on this quest or whatever. So I mean, it ain't right. It ain't in the opening. It's lodged in there. I don't know exactly where it is, but I mean, we've already introduced the villain because we already know that he's there because we see it that he's in the chase and they're chasing him. So there's a whole shitload of exposition and setup scenes that have to come before this chase. So it ain't at the start.
Yeah.
Well, now that I think about it, I don't know. I didn't see the clip that Disney released. I'm just going off what I've seen in the 7-minute or whatever it is clip that was leaked.
It was just a 1-minute argument between him and her.
Oh
Right.
That's all
God,
it
dude!
really was.
Out of
You
that.
guys-
Out of that.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
you
it went
saved
on and on and on for 6 minutes, and it better be something really fucking good to take up
Right.
6 minutes of screen time.
Yeah, it's a long time.
And it wasn't.
They have the villain, whoever the bad guy is. He has the diversity time travel thing that I need to take from him because
Yeah, the dial.
that's mine. That's my shit. But I have I'll see it just for the pure comedy of. I'll probably get completely drunk before I see this movie because
Steve, you and I will go to the theater together, and we will bring Crow T Robot and Tom Servo, and we'll sit next to us, and we'll watch that movie.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a good time.
The thing I love about this is they only have 12 days to make the money because Mission Impossible just got moved up to instead of July 14th to July 12th, which means Paramount's
Ouch.
like, we're going to fuck you guys over.
Yeah,
big
the
time.
Paramount knows they're vulnerable. That's why they did it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That hurts. Because I mean, Tom Cruise has been one of the few golden actors left. Look at Top Gun Maverick, and they're basically looking to drive a stake through the dial of Destiny's heart.
Yep.
See,
And Transformers are before us. I mean, they're sandwiched between Transformers and Mission Impossible,
And the Flash.
and and Michael Keaton is Batman. They're so
Oh my
Way to
fun.
go,
God.
guys. You picked the perfect time to come out with this
Oh
movie.
my God, that's so bad.
They could have done it a year ago, but they had to reshoot everything.
You know who's having a great time? Bob Chapek is sitting on a beach in Dominican Republic right now, sipping some margaritas, going, enjoy what's coming. I'm having you all suckers. This is what I'm so glad I ain't there no more.
Oh man, Douglas, did you see the footage? Anything to add? Have we missed anything?
No, you pretty much got it all. Yes, I did see the footage. And for what it is, I was thinking, the best outcome for them would be a Crystal Skull level excellence. That's the best you can hope for. I'm not a tuk-tuk aficionado, but even I thought that they don't go that fast, do they? I mean, maybe they souped them up with Hemis and stuff like that, they get them to go. But
That's Fast and the Furious, man.
Wow, punk
Yeah.
tuk tuk.
Fast and the Furious tuk-tuk. The tuk-tuk.
Drift in the tuk tuk.
No, it's not. It's clearly not the opening scene or anything like that. A lot of stuff has already happened in it, but it is. I do suspect early on because he seems rather surprised that she Fleabag Blaylock is involved in all this nefarious activities. Some sort of
Right.
she's and so he's all like, you're disgracing your father's name and all this type of stuff in it. So it's early on in that. So, I'll give him that. And then the only thing you can hope for is that over time, she'll understand that she was wrong about him and all this type of stuff. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because that'll happen.
I mean, because Phoebe is constantly, she plays the same character all the time. She's marketed as the ball-busting feminist character.
Yeah.
That's it. So this is more of the same. She's knocking him down because he's old and all that type of stuff. But no indications of the horror of horrors that she would travel back in time and replace him and all that sort of stuff. So, and didn't really, apparently the villain already has the dial, whatever that is, assuming the time travel machine or the bar of soap. And that's so that's a lot of stuff has already happened, but I still think it's early on in the film.
Well, I would think it might be in the middle.
Somewhere thereabouts. So
At the latest, it's probably.
And I think early on he's unaware of just the kind of stuff she's up to. So maybe and all of a sudden all the nasty comes out, But
So
whatever.
It's end Act 1. I'm gonna guess it's around 30 minutes into this movie. That gives us time to meet her, right? And have maybe meet the villain. Have some idea what the problem is, but we still have to get the dial, and it's all this is adventure. And so I think this is probably end of Act 1 kind of stuff, right?
Of course, the problem is, Cameron, this is a 3-hour movie. They're making this a 3-hour movie, 158 minutes.
Okay, well,
That's stupid.
Wow.
2.5, 3.
Why would you do 3 hours?
I hope there's an intermission.
158, 120.
Go take a nap, guys. We'll be
very
back.
few movies benefit from being 3 hours over 2 hours. Very few do. A movie that would have benefited from being 3 hours was Kingdom of Heaven, which the director's cut is a much better version than the 2-hour version that was released, right? It just is. It's a remarkable.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, and but very few movies, are worthy of going over 2 hours. One of the strict rules I tend to have for my feature scripts that I've written is try to keep the cut off 120, maybe 125 pages for a big historical epic, right? And even like big stuff where we've got massive armies and stuff shouldn't be going longer than 2 hours. That's people's rational attention span. And I sat through a couple of these horrible art films last year, like Amsterdam and Babylon, which broke my heart because I'm a huge fan of the director, right? These were 3.5 hour long. I was like, what is happening here? Oh my God. I mean, 3 hours. I'm like, somebody shoot me. Somebody take me out of my misery, right? I mean, so mistake.
Yeah, it's not good. Mexican Iron Man, do you have anything to say about that tuk-tuk?
Well, Cameron, I wish you had seen it. You would lose your mind. I wish you had seen it. But I guess for me, I'm going to have to refrain from laughing when I see this on screen. Can you imagine seeing this in large format and what a joke that's going to feel like in large format screens? I mean,
And imagine.
I just want you to imagine. I mean, just imagine that scene now, as funny as it looks, or as awkward as it looks, or as uninspiring as it looks. Now, put that on large format with Dolby, Sonos surround sound. It's gonna suck, man. It's gonna be, and that's not how Indy should go out. On his last movie for Harrison Ford, I know for him it's probably just a check, but I'm still hoping this movie will be good, and I know I shouldn't, and I know it's gonna suck. And I know
hope is good. Hope is good, my friend. I will say it's probably better than the earlier cuts that were trashed, whatever that means.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. Hashtag Doomcocker's right.
Yeah, well, I mean, Doomcock, let's give you credit. I mean, your consistent pressure on this, it got into the Daily Mail. I mean, you influenced major media sources that put pressure on Bob, or at least gave, I'm sure Chapek knew it was garbage, and it gave him the leeway to start pushing this. Unfortunately, I'm sure they improved it. And, like our friend Stephanie Janicek is very hopeful it's going to be good. Mike, I want you to remain hopeful. I'm never the voice of despair. I want this stuff to be good, right? I don't want this stuff to be crap. You look at the screenwriters that are credited on IMDb for this movie, they're good screenwriters. I mean, they wrote Ford versus Ferrari. That's a good movie. One of them wrote Mission Impossible. I mean, these are good screenwriters. So who the hell knows what is happening here? I hope it works out. If for nothing, just the dignity of Harrison Ford.
Yeah, Cameron, there's one thing I feel. I would really feel great if we were all terribly wrong. Yeah. I would really feel great if I went to go see this movie and said, boy, we were so fucking stupid, or we were so wrong. We doubted this movie and we shouldn't have, and it was fucking great. Boy, I would love to be able to tell everybody I was so wrong. Go see it. It's great,
I had that on Pirates of the Caribbean. I thought this is going to be garbage. The first movie I said it's going to be garbage. What is this crap? in the first 5 minutes, I fell in love with the movie, and I said, "I'm so glad I was wrong."
Yeah, it's
a
cool.
great movie, and I was delighted.
Yeah, I would love to be wrong about Indiana Jones 5.
Well, all I hope is that, you know, he doesn't die and get replaced back in time by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. That's a win. Anything else?
I think you got that. I think your noise making saved us from that. I really do.
Yeah.
Then that's all.
Yeah,
that's
but the
all
result is the reshoots have gone on so long they're having to de-age Harrison to play old Indy now.
Wow.
We want old Indy, not dead Indy.
Wow.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
yes. Yeah, they don't want Indy to look like, you know, Forrestal at the opening of, you know, Raiders.
Terrible.
Turns his head and says, Marion, you know. Andy, did you see that crap? Have you got any feedback on that horrible, extended, boring, pointless chase?
You know what I don't understand is if I go back in time and I could picture someone that I would like to play, that I would like to be, I would have loved to look like Mel Gibson. I would have loved to have Mel Gibson be my stand-in back there in 1980 and all through those movies. And Kathleen Kennedy's sitting there looking at Phoebe Waller-Bridge and say, yeah, that's me. Remember when we used to get like really good-looking women that like, hey, if the movie stinks, at least she's hot.
Right.
She's not. I mean, I can't imagine look, maybe it puts me in the lineup to buy like modern beer. But I would like the person that is going to portray me to be somewhat attractive. I mean, I want to see good looking people on screen, especially if one's going to be my self-insert. And there's Fleabag. I mean, nobody thinks she's hot. I mean, nobody. Stevie Wonder would probably toss her out of bed. She's not good looking. She's not charming. She's not funny. She's the kind of annoying bitch that everybody hates at work. The women roll their eyes. They can't stand her. And God forbid she's your boss.
Not even women like this woman.
But she was popular when she was cast. That's all Kathleen Kennedy cares about. She was popular amongst the Hollywood crowd. She was cool. That's all she cares about, nothing else. When Colin Trevorrow is cool, she gives him a Star Wars movie. When he makes a bad indie film, she pulls him off the Star Wars movie. All she cares about is what is cool at the moment.
Yeah. She's as, I don't know what she was doing except making bad coffee, but she wasn't paying attention. She thought that you could put this stuff now. And look, if you look back at the old Raiders films, you know what didn't happen? Conversation. While Indy's trying to stay alive, I mean, the most conversation you had was when Sean Connery and Harrison Ford were tied together in the burning room, which made sense because like they're by themselves. They're not trying to have a conversation while they're like dangling from cliffs and swinging back and forth, where their life's going to be in complete jeopardy if you take your eyes away from the road for a second.
Well, they weren't, because
Connery was trying
That's
to.
the problem.
And Harrison Ford was yelling at him for it, which was funny. You know, like that was what made that great.
I think Phoebe Waller-Bridge is talking nonstop to Indiana Jones during the tuk-tuk scene just to make sure he doesn't drift off and fall asleep and crash the tuk-tuk. That's what it is. It's stopping the nap time.
You know, and again, I wish no one ill. I'm just sharing with you the buzz and rumor among some of my screenwriter friends. So when Ava DuVernay lost her deal a few days ago, right, which I talked earlier about, the writer's strike giving people the cover to cut off unprofitable deals, what I started seeing on screenwriter boards is people started saying, you know, I think Phoebe's next. I think Phoebe's next. She actually, amongst other writers, has adversaries. Other writers feel that she's gotten more attention than her craft deserves as an actor or as a writer, right? And so screenwriters have been saying, I think they're going to pull her deal, because she got recently, if you remember, she got an overall deal for quite a bit of money in the respect, and that they'll pull her deal. And if Indy doesn't do as well as expected, I think there's a perfectly good chance that, you know, her star will diminish and they will pull her deal. Again, I wish, as someone myself who's currently not working because of strike, I don't wish that for anyone. I'm saying that's where within screenwriters, people are actually thinking that's where this is heading.
Yeah. Very interesting. I don't know. I really would think it would be a miracle. OmniVac calculated the odds as roughly 7% that this movie wasn't going to stink, and that's not very good odds. I mean, with all the reshoots, with all the, scrapbooking, where they've basically shot multiple versions of, plot points, they basically shot several different kind of mix and match movies, make your own adventure kind of shit, which is kind of a production technique that Feige has kind of promoted over at Marvel, and it's bled over into Disney. And it's insane. I mean, what happened to the days when you found a great script and you committed to it entirely and didn't hedge your bets with all these different branching, video game like plot points where they could, change the direction of it. It's insane.
One thing I'd like to add is that we've been paying attention to this for quite some time, and we know that this is the better cut. But Joe Normie out there is going to watch this thing, and he's not going to know that this is the improvement.
Right.
He's still going to see it sucks, and he's still going to this thing here. I mean, I can't wait for this thing to get pummeled. I'm sure they'll make all of the excuses in the world that it's Tom Cruise's fault. And bullshit. If it were a good movie, people would still go see it. They wouldn't care what was coming out. And I mean, Tom Cruise bought himself. I've never been a big Tom Cruise fan, but you know what? I'm going to go see the Mission Impossible movie just because he said thank you to everyone. He said thank you to the audience, and he shows. And the guy's, he is committed to making movies. And the Flash movie's going to kill this thing. And of course, they'll make all the excuses in the world. Well, it was unfortunate timing and all this bullshit. At the end of the day, this thing's going to end up in the $5 bin at Walmart within a year, and nobody's ever going to remember it. And whenever somebody puts it together, it's just like, Star Wars, where you're going to have the first 3, some more people will have the first 6, and nobody in the world will even have that sequel trilogy in their friggin' collection of their DVDs. And this thing's going to go down in flames. There's nothing appealing about it. There's no hot girl. There's no hero that I can relate to. I can relate to because I'm old, but I can't look at these characters and say wow, wouldn't that be really cool? And if you see Indiana Jones hanging from something, yeah, bullshit. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. It's beyond the point of. Maybe that's why they have to go through time, so a dingbat here can realize that the person that actually accomplished all this stuff was more impressive than you are. But still, all right, nobody can relate to her. She's not likable. When you have a character, you need somebody likable to play that against. And Harrison Ford was never really the likable character in any of this. That's why you had Short Round, you had Marion, they were the likable characters. He was the curmudgeon all the time. I want to see what happens with this. I can't wait to see the audience reaction. And at almost 3 hours, good God, Harrison Ford's bladder's not lasting through that.
I don't know. I have this weird conspiracy theory now that it just struck me right now. What if they have made The Little Mermaid to make Indy 5 look good by comparison? They're going to release that. It's going to draw all the fire and all the flack. It's going to be just awful. And they're going to say, well, at least it's not The Little Mermaid.
Well, this is what I'm going to say, because I've talked on this channel about Hollywood's hidden self-denial bigotry. So, they'll do the race swapping. Well, going to have a black mermaid, right? We're set in the Caribbean now. And of course, they will give that perfectly good actress, who I wish a successful career, they're going to give her a crap script, and they're going to make a crap movie, and it's going to fail. And they'll be like, nobody wants to watch the black woman, right? That's the way they do these things to feel superior at the end of the day, right?
I agree.
It's just how they do it. And then they've done their little representation. The story, the last thing they want is to actually make that work, right? Because then they get to lose the outrage of, you didn't watch it because you were racist, right? Rather than you didn't watch it because it was a good movie. And then, of course, the poor actor who just wants a gig, this actress just wants a gig, Asian woman being approached to do The Little Mermaid is going to say yes. Anyone wants this gig. It's a gig. It's a big gig. She doesn't deserve this, but she's gonna suffer through it. Yeah. That's what we all are. Whatever.
No, I think you're right. I've said this. I've said this for a while. that, you know, do you really think that they were trying to help women of color by making a character like Mikey Spock in Star Trek Discovery? They are not doing women of color any favor by having a mutinous, egotistical, stuck-up, obnoxious plank of wood playing this character. I mean, it really is incredible that they would create someone so unlikable in that role. And it's like, what, to set them up to fail? Is it?
Well, I've said it many times. Go ahead, Cameron.
No, I why don't you say this, because I have to leave in a minute, but I want to let you speak.
No, you go ahead. You got to leave.
All right. So on that, because it's going to allow me to do my exit, because I'm going to keep bothering you about this. The only time those people who are bigots and want to screw up us minorities accidentally succeeded was Ms. Marvel, because she's utterly lovable. Iman Vellani is the most charismatic TV actress I've seen in years. The only reason I'm going to go see this Marvel's movie is because I fell in love with her and that incredible cast that is so wildly entertaining and warm. And that's why you, Doomcock, I will not stop bothering you until you watch Ms. Marvel, because you will be shocked at how good it is, right? And that these people who see us Muslims and brown people and Pakistanis as figures on a chessboard for a thing accidentally made the most family-friendly, heartwarming, fun, funny show accidentally. In fact, it was reshot. Chapek said, go back and fix this. It's garbage. And they reshot it, and it worked, right? And so, and again, nobody watched it because of this thing that these wokesters have done, that everyone goes, well, brown Muslim one, of course, she's just there for representation. It couldn't possibly be a good show. So people didn't watch it. When actually, so now they've got the double whammy. They'll put minorities in bad projects to create a culture of you expecting minority lead to be a bad project, so that when it's a good project, you don't go see it. It's a double whammy of racism. And it's unfortunately worked in the fandom, because the fandom was like, I'm not going to watch that thing. It's a year now, and I talk to me, watch Ms. Marvel? No, I'm not going to watch that thing. Watch it, Doomcock. That's my word to you, because I went in skeptical and I was blown away, and you will fall in love with Iman Vellani, the actress. And what's going to be the most funny thing is the Marvels is to have this incredibly charming, incredibly likable actress, Iman Vellani's Ms. Marvel, against Brie Larson. Brie Larson, who has an Oscar, is about to get blown out of the water if she can't carry a scene with this girl. This girl's going to have your attention the whole time. And that's going to be the most humiliating thing for Brie Larson.
Well, I hope it works out that way. I really do. So I'll have to check it out.
Yeah,
Cameron. No, I will. No, I will. I'll give it a shot.
Inshallah. A few Muslims say inshallah when we're not going to do it.
No, I will. I will do it. I will do it. I will do it.
On that note, forgive me, I have to head out. And thank you for letting me come on. This has been a very entertaining thing, and I hope I can come on. I got a little bit more time nowadays because I'm striking, so hopefully I can come on again in the future. And you and I are going to be doing some videos about some recent stuff that I've discovered, hopefully in the next couple of days.
Yes, I saw your email, and I'll confirm that time for tomorrow. So we'll make it happen.
So the whole panel, guys, thank you. Thank you for letting me come in as a guest on your show. You guys have the most entertaining conversations, and the great thing about this is that there are a broad range of opinions. If I come on here and said I love this thing and you all disagreed, you'd still let me talk, and that's not always the case on a lot of these channels. And so it's a really good group of people here.
Thank you, Cameron. We love you, buddy, and you take care. And I will talk to you very, very soon.
And before I go, I'm going to throw my Patreon in the little chat thing. Come join my Patreon. I need your support right now, guys, because we're striking and it's chaos. So God bless.
We need to sign up for that Patreon so Cameron can get his bag lunches ready and his signs.
Right.
That's right.
You need to sign up for Cameron's Patreon to read
Somebody
the
signed up
post
today
he
at like the
posted
$50
today.
level. I'm like, well, that covers lunch tomorrow.
That's
All
right.
Cameron, if you get in the picket line, write on your sign, Doomcock was right. I dare you.
Ouch!
I should get that.
I dare you.
Oh my God!
Oh God, that would be great, wouldn't
The
it?
challenge of the week.
Oh, that's actually
With the heart. With the heart.
Yes.
Cameron's
Doomcock
post
was
today
right.
is
Yeah,
worth
then you
a
can't
month's-
question it.
I
All right,
love
guys.
it.
month's
God bless
membership.
everyone.
I'm
Everyone
telling
stay here.
you.
Hit the like button. We've got like 1,200 people watching right now. Everyone hit the like button. Support this channel. All right.
Thank
Bye,
you,
Cameron.
Cameron. God bless you. Goodbye.
Peace.
Take care, friend.
Good. And my wrenches will put the link to that Patreon up there in the chat. So Ranker Steve, we were talking beforehand about Little Mermaid. Speaking of curses.
Yeah.
and terrible shit. And you were saying that you were trying to hunt down some of the negative comments about like the Little Mermaid world premiere that were coming out from people seeing it, and you can't find them anywhere. Can you go ahead and just talk about that real quick before we hit up some more of these super chats? Because I thought this was interesting. It smacked of, Brie Larson and Captain Marvel back in the day, because Disney's desperate to have this movie not bomb.
Yeah, I saw someone who did a video on YouTube who got a lot of early release tweets and comments on certain, I don't know if it's like Collider, any like movie channel review websites, and they were saying this is not what we signed up for, which I didn't know you could sign up for a movie. That was new for me. And they were saying how one person was saying how that the animated movie is ruined because of this movie. And they say some people were saying it's pretty much book by book of what the animated movie is, but it kind of ruins it. And it was a lot of like different things. Some people liked it, but then they were like, well, this and that. And I'm like, that's a big chunk. Like the acting I heard is really good, but the animation, specifically the crab and the fish, flounder and all of them are just horrendous, and they couldn't stand it. And some people are saying like this dropped the ball a lot. And one person, I read a tweet, and all these things have been erased, completely erased. And I know like when you see a world premiere, when you do a movie and you release it in world premiere, you want to get people who are going to amp up the movie. That's pretty much what that is. You want to get critics who are going to be like, yeah, this is really good, go see this. And you want to amp it up. You want to get your movie out there. And a lot of people were asked right after the movie, like pretty much how Mark Hamill was asked about when he did the sequel Star Wars. He just had a look on his face. These people are like, this is shit. And I'm like, are you serious? And I've been trying to look for a week now, and they've scrapped everything off of it. They don't want anyone to know all these negative things. And you were talking about your theory, and I have a feeling that even though you're probably right that they want to make this Little Mermaids to make Indiana Jones 5 really good, I have a feeling that Little Mermaids is going to be actually better than Indiana Jones 5. And my wife, like, I love Little Mermaids growing up. I'm gonna go see this. I don't want you anywhere near me when I see this movie because you're gonna shit on it the entire time. I was like, I'll stay back, don't worry. And so she'll give me her thoughts on it. But I have a feeling that this movie might actually be better than Indiana Jones 5 by like a long shot.
Oh my God.
It's weird. I have a really funny feeling. I have chills about this because I have a funny feeling that this is going to be better. Ugh. Not great, but it's just in like the shit realm of movies. Like this is going to be a little bit better. It's going to be a little greener shit than like the big old turd that Indiana Jones 5 is going to be. But a lot of people, and I've been looking at it, some people are like, yeah, this is like a two-tone, it's kind of boring, and all these little things. And I wanted to do a screenshot of these comments, and I didn't get a chance. And I was like, I'll do it the next day, and they were gone. And everyone, they have been all flipped around. They're all nice people, like, yeah, it's a good movie. You'll love it. You're not gonna hate it and stuff. So, but the only thing that a lot of people have been saying is the chick who's been playing Little Mermaid is actually really good. That doesn't really save the fact that the one thing that everyone's been saying is Kiss the Girl is like one of the worst songs they remade. So
they rewrite the lyrics because it's not okay to kiss a girl unless you got right? Like, her signature in triplicate on a kiss authorization form. And so otherwise it's vape.
But wait till you get to Snow White. That's going to be a way worse song if they ever do that one.
Yeah, if the actress playing the Little Mermaid was underage, I don't think Disney would have had a problem with it.
Or Ursula.
Yeah.
Or Ursula
like,
saying
what?
Kiss the Girl.
Kiss the kid.
She's like, what? The actual story, she's like, what, 11, 10, 12 years old or something like that? Yeah.
I think
Well,
she's like 16 in the original.
one of the worst things that I've heard about this, one of the worst things is that at the end, spoiler, with the original Little Mermaid, but it's been out since, decades. So, fuck you if it's spoiled. Yeah. I mean, if you can't see it by now, then you're, but
Heartfelt. Continue.
In the original, Ursula grows to enormous size, a giant Godzilla-like monster, and she is killed when the prince steers a ship right into her chest, and the broken front part, where it's a jagged piece of steak there, and it kills her. Well, in this one, of course, we can't have a prince having any kind of agency or usefulness, so it turns out it's going to be Ariel that steers the boat and kills Ursula. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, because women don't need no man until the
Exactly.
plumbing backs up, and you need to call the male plumber because the women don't want to deal with shit. And the roof is leaking, and you got to call a man because the women don't want to go out there in the goddamn pouring rain and fix the roof and put a tarp on over top until somebody can get out there. It's like, nobody wants a man until you actually need a man to go and do those things. And
see, Andy, I think you're going to eat your words, because when Ariel turns human and we finally see that she is a dick and balls, you're going to be wrong.
Well, I also heard that I read while looking for all the comments and reviews that weren't there anymore, that the guy who's playing the prince, he's like, I can't wait to be the prince in the sequel. They're already pumping it up to make it a sequel already. I'm like, motherfucker, they haven't even come out with the movie yet. He's the only one. I looked into this. No one else has talked about a sequel. He's like, I can't wait to be the next sequel. I think he has a list.
No way.
That's my opinion.
You know, it'd be great. You know, it'd be great is if at the end of the movie,
so fucking stupid.
At the end of the movie, his legs disappear and he turns into fucking Zoolander, and he's like a merman, and they fucking swim away. Wetness is the essence of moisture,
Yeah. He has to go to the library.
If that happens, Steve, then you're probably right. This will be better than Indiana Jones 5.
I have a funny feeling, a hunch that this movie is actually going to be better than Indiana Jones 5.
You're out of your fucking mind.
I'm just look at it like a pile of shit, like a cow pie. You have like dark brown stuff, and then you have green. It's right above Indiana Jones 5 is going to be Little Mermaids. It's going to be a little bit fresher and nicer, but it's not going to be the polished shit that Indiana Jones 5 is going to be. They're both shit, but it's going to be like, I can withstand.
So you're speaking on a technicality then.
Yeah.
This shit is a little warmer than that other shit. This shit has a couple more pieces of corn than that shit. Okay, well then you may technically be right. Okay, whatever. Whatever it takes to make you right, Steve.
Oh my. But yeah, no, hey, how about Little Mermaid 2, the Kennedying, where basically or the Fleabagging, where basically Fleabag will play the Little Mermaid in the sequel, right? And she's got a cunning plan where she lures man after man after man into the sea and uses the sea magic to turn him into a merman, right? But what happens when you're a merman? My dick, my balls, where'd they go? Ha 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 ha. And thus it's the emasculation of the entire continent. Just guy by guy, she just lures in, turns into a merman, and they're just fucked.
There you go.
What do you think?
And they're loving it. They love every second of it.
Oh yes. Then they're all singing YMCA and
they're all drinking Bud Light, and everybody's fucking happy at the end of the movie.
Yeah. They have a sewing circle.
They all get in sync,
making making a quilt. What do you think, douchebag Kylo? You haven't said much about this particular. Anything to say about Little Mermaid or Indy or what's going to be worse? Or
well, I don't care whether they made Little Mermaid bad to make Indy look better or vice versa. It's all like shooting for breaking even. It's not a good plan any way you look at it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I did see the 6 minutes that leaked, and I'm trying to figure out who do I file forms with to get those 6 minutes of my life back, because God, that was awful.
That would be Bob Chapek. Everybody else is suing him.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, I mean, that is not a thrilling sequence. And why would you, God damn, have a 6-minute sequence like that? I guess you have to fill up, two and a little over 2.5, between 2.5 and 3 hours of movie. You need to stretch out, sequences and shit. It's like, hey, I spent the money on the motherfucker. Let's go ahead and use every scrap of footage.
So you're talking in golf carts.
Yeah.
Sequences like that with that kind of exposition in it is just a way to get away from having to publish novelizations with extra material just so your movie makes sense. J.J. Abrams.
Yeah. It's just screwed up. Anyone else have any other comments about this shit?
Yeah. Imagine the circumstances where it's possible you can be beaten by an Ezra Miller movie. I mean, I know Michael Keaton is the star, but still, he's in it. I don't know if everybody's seen the Japanese version of the Flash trailer where there's a scene where Ezra Miller goes, "Let's go."
Did anyone else
Really?
just feel
Yes.
Doug was just channeling
Indiana Jones.
Doug felt like he was just channeling his inner Rod Sterling. Imagine, if you will.
Jeez.
Wow.
Or Ezra Miller's movie.
Imagine being beaten by an Ezra Miller movie. I mean, kidnapped maybe, but not beaten.
Now, Phoebe Waller-Bridge getting choked by Ezra Miller, I'd pay to see that.
Fuck yeah.
No, there's something. Yeah. Just to take this moment, I'm all apologies, Doomcock. I'm going to have to go lay down. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, diabetes is bad, kids. Don't try it.
Oh God, I'm sorry, man.
Good advice.
But had fun while I was on, and hopefully things will turn out better for our favorite movies. We don't know, but First Blood's a great one, and they'll be talking about it later tonight. And if you haven't seen it, do check it out. It's really good. And then in other free time, hey, check out my comic book Night over at indieplanet.com, as Gary is showing you there, and some other comics I've got there. And also my podcast, Mr. Nelson Show, which this Saturday will in full my interview with Cameron Pasha. We talk about Star Wars with the rumors about Heir to the Empire, and we talk about Ms. Marvel and his book, Shadow of the Swords. And my apologies to Cameron again. I had a lot of technical difficulties. I forgot how Zoom works. I had power outages. I was in the middle of a storm. That's Doug Nelson to look. And I forgot that Zoom, if you don't have the premium service, it cuts you off rather quickly. But I managed to capture the interview. Next time, Cameron, if you're out there, next time, StreamYard all the way. So anyway, look forward to that. I already have a clip from it on my channel now. We're talking about Heir to the Empire, and I'll have one on Ms. Marvel later too. But the full audio version will be this Saturday. And so there you go, the Mr. Nelson Show. You can check that out. So once again, thanks, Doomcock, and we'll visit again. And another happy birthday to you.
Thanks, man. Thank you for the graphic that you did with the stork carrying me.
Yeah, young Doomcock being delivered.
Yes, I love it. Thank you, Douglas, man. I'm sorry you feel bad, but we'll talk to you soon.
All
Feel
right.
better, man.
Hang in there, Doug.
Good night, Doug.
Everybody have a good one. Good night.
Thanks, brother. On that Ezra Miller thing, I would love to see that Japanese trailer where he goes, "Let's go," and it just says down at the bottom, "Hi." It would just be the little Japanese subtitle. Hi. That would be good. Brevity is the soul of wit. And I guess Japanese movies are much wittier than ours these days. Okay. We're going to talk about First Blood, which is a great movie. But let's go ahead and do some more super chats here before we get into that. All right, to get back to where I was, let's go ahead and read some of these. Mario Trujillo has been a member of mine for 4 months, says Disney has become a monster Lovecraft would fear.
Fuck, I fear it. I was even created by Lovecraft.
Yeah, it's a disturbing monstrosity. Old Disney. It's become a complete shit show, and they are paying the price, folks. Anybody out there who has any doubts about it, do not doubt it. Disney is paying the price. They're being sued by Florida. They're being sued by their own shareholders. They have, been busted out as losing 4 million subscribers. Disney Plus is not doing as well as they represented, and you've got a whole generation of kids like Mikey's child that don't even know Disney from fucking hole in the wall. So they are paying, and I think it's high time. It's high time. Mario Trujillo also with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Mario says, "Hail DC. Disney is like profit. What is this profit you speak of? I just went through hernia surgery. I'm in less pain than a Disney stockholder." I love it, Mario. Well said, sir. God bless you. And I'm sorry you went through that surgery. Hopefully you will recover very soon, sir. T Neil 89, aka dislikes puns, with a $10 super chat. Thank you, T Neil 89, who says, "Hey Cameron, did you watch the upfronts? Anecdotal, but I work for Fox Sports, and it was playing when I was at the lot on Monday. There was constant derisive laughter for anything Disney. Good sign. I'm sorry Cameron's not here, but hell yes. Hell yes. I think that is telling. I think people in the industry know that Disney is full of shit. And I think that kind of thing is not a secret within the industry. And so I think that is a good sign, sir. And I really appreciate you sharing it with us. Constant derisive laughter for anything Disney. Music to my ears. The Joker's Voice with a $10 super chat. Thank you. The Joker's Voice says, "Hail Doomcock and panel. Question for Mexican Iron Man." Here we go. If Universal started having hotels/vacation club, would they really dig into Disney's market share? Is real estate the answer? Hashtag keep talking. Is Mexican Iron Man here? Or maybe when he comes back, I want to make sure that I'm still here.
He said Bambino had to go out, so
okay. Then I'll come back to that and read that for him. Sorry, Joker's Voice. Just hang on that, and we'll get right back to it. Frank Zanka with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Frank. Says they kill off Ms. Marvel and cancel the CPA Marvel comic right before the movie. FYI, regular Destiny Aurora graphic novel and audiobook has launched on Kickstarter, KS Kickstarter. Is that a joke, Frank, or are they actually killing off Ms. Marvel and canceling the Captain Marvel comic?
Oh, they're killing her off. Well, her book got canceled. She's being killed in Amazing Spider-Man. And they have, of course, they don't put just her there. They put all the heavy hitters behind her. There's Spider-Man cradling her, and there's Iron Man and Hulk and Thing behind her. And they're all very, very sad at the loss of their friend because they didn't realize Bumbles bounce. She'll be back. She'll bounce back right in time for the movie to come out. And so everybody that doesn't buy Marvel Comics won't buy the comic book about her either. So,
oh my God. Wow. Yeah. That's weird, Frank. That's really fucking weird. Anyway, congratulations. Check out Destiny Aurora graphic novel and audiobook launched on Kickstarter, and look for Frank Zanka, sir. Thank you very much for that super chat. Mr. Peckerwood with a $10 super chat. Hail to Mr. Peckerwood, says, according to the Indy 5 trailer, Disney believes capitalism is robbing Peter to pay Paul. They got caught robbing Peter. So now they need to find a new Peter to rob that won't get sore as fast. Some wisdom from Mr. Peckerwood. Yeah. Apparently Disney's hatred of capitalism is even bleeding into their scripts. And that's no way for a corporation to make profits, is it? It really isn't. And Marco Antonio Checafunke says, no joke. No joke. Yeah. God damn, they are so fucked up, aren't they? It's astonishing. Thank you, Mr. Peckerwood. Thank you, Frank Zanka. Ben Dowdy gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you very much, Ben. I greatly appreciate that gift. And we've got 11 new members tonight, folks. 11 new members. Also, SHS Rebels 08 gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08 and Ben Dowdy, and our new member that I thanked previously, Rick Retro. And we've got King Jar Jar, who has been a member of mine for 5 months, and he says simply, beans. Hail, King Jar Jar, and thank you for the beans, sir. Appreciate it. And Douchebag Kylo, who is here right now tonight with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Douchebag Kylo. Says Cameron's attempts to keep his show on schedule and on budget is what in Hollywood is called being difficult. Isn't that always the case? And have we got, did I hear Mexican Iron Man?
Yeah, and I heard Joker Voice's super chat, so I can answer. Whenever I step away, I still take my wireless with me so I can hear everything that happens when I'm gone. So to answer your question, it's not really just about Universal doesn't have to. What I'm trying to say is that if Universal and Disney were on par in all respects, then sure, maybe Disney, then maybe, something like Universal Vacation Real Estate would be great, but they don't have to do that. They're eating their lunch right now in the studios. They're eating their lunch right now in terms of delivering streaming content over the net. They're eating their lunch in terms of customer experience and value and the experience that people are getting in the studios. All Universal has to do is stay the course, and all Disney has to do is implode. They don't need some kind of global, worldwide competitive advantage in order to compete in terms of Disney vacation rentals. No. Universal's going to eat their lunch regardless, and the lunch eating at the table has already begun, sir.
Yeah, I think that is true, and it couldn't happen to a shittier company. They really have just spit in our faces for so long, and I think the spit is boomeranging back on them.
Yeah, and finally. I heard the comment you made, Doomcocky. I'm not happy that my kid doesn't love these things that I grew up loving. I'm mad and I'm angry, but I'm just as sad,
That's got to be a real shitty feeling, Mike.
I thought that when I had my boy that there's certain experiences that you're going to relive, and we are. I mean, Godzilla, Star Trek, and other stuff, but I never thought it'd be Disney.
But you're in control of it, and you know what's going on, and you can show him these things. But I think the larger point is that Disney is really fucking themselves hard in terms of the general population, because a lot of parents they won't be focused on that. They don't care,
Right.
You do, and you will give your kids the best possible experience, and you'll share that with them. You'll help them grow, but a lot of kids are going to be deprived.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's sad. I think every parent needs to expose their kids to great things.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why people have kids, is to go ahead and share stuff with them, like Star Trek and Star Wars and great Disney movies and Warner Brothers cartoons, for God's sakes, Bugs Bunny. And does he know Bugs Bunny at least? Does he know the Warner Brothers character?
No, we're going to work on that, though. But I got to be... Look, if my dating life is anything, there are two leaders, James T. Kirk and Pepe Le Pew, pretty much determine my dating trajectory. Like those two were my spirit animals. Like my TV dad and my spirit animal was Pepe Le Pew. And those two, yeah.
Okay, all right, well... Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh, mon chéri, come with me to the Casbah. Do you know that actually Pepe Le Pew was based on a movie, a character in a movie called Pepe Le Moco,
No.
And Pepe Le Moco was this suave criminal in Algiers who had a white stripe in his hair, and he was hidden in the warrens of the Casbah. Everybody hid him from the authorities that were looking for him. And so it was directly a parody of that character. Specifically, Pepe Le Pew is Pepe Le Moco. And it was later remade in a movie called Algiers with Charles Boyer as Pepe Le Moco.
Wow.
Yeah. Deep dive into Warner Brothers stuff here, courtesy of your friendly neighborhood overlord. Robert Wright with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Robert Wright. Says Disney. Oh, I guess this has to be sung. Disney keeps releasing this woke stuff, thinking that they have a hit. Disney is so damn delusional. They're really quite full of shaving cream. Be nice and clean. Shave every day and you'll always look keen. Thank you, Robert Wright. And Lord of the Eagles Reaches with a €5 super sticker of Bushiba, giving a thumbs up and saying good job. Thank you, Lord of the Eagles Reaches. And Catzilla has been a Dominion for 23 months now. Thank you, Catzilla. Says thanks for the laughs, happy tears, and fellowship. You're very welcome, Catzilla. Thank you for your support on this channel for all of these years. Cody Warner with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Cody. Says, hail, I'm sitting here drinking a PBR, wondering if this beer will become woke also. I doubt it. But we can't discount anything, man. Everything's under assault these days. Everything, including fucking beer. As something as simple as fucking beer is too pure and clean for these people to just leave the fuck alone. Stone Racket with
women don't drink.
What?
Women don't drink beer, but they usually go for the fruity stuff and all that White Claw and all that. Like, can't we have beer?
No.
Can't men have beer?
No.
Apparently
We
not.
can't.
Apparently.
Andy, we can't anymore.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, my
Sorry.
God, Budweiser used to be, kind of a robust, manly brand. I mean, they had the Clydesdales for fuck's sake. Now those Clydesdales have been gelded, They're just...
They all wait by, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're no
neutered.
longer Clydesdales. They're My Pretty Ponies,
They're trans ponies.
When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Oh my.
Oh my. Stone Racket with a $5 super sticker of Bushiba saying number 1. Thank you, Stone Racket. How are you, Stone Racket? Are you doing all right tonight? Having fun, I hope. And speaking of kitties, Don Lewis with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Don. Says Dragon Lady says, my worst fear is that future generations might not hear the Siamese cat song, the glorious anthem of the Galactic Siamese Empire. That's right, because Dragon Lady is the empress of the Galactic Siamese Empire. I read that in a cat voice, in case you were wondering. And you know the Siamese cat song, right? That's a Disney song from Lady and the Tramp.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great song. We are Siamese if you please. We are Siamese if you don't please. It's really great.
No more
song.
of that.
No more of that. That's right out the door. Right out the door. DevMag52, been a Dumentite of mine for 4 months. Thank you, DevMag. Says Overlord DVD, let's get serious. Do you know the Muffin Man? Yes, I do. He lives it up on Drury Lane. He's got a whole bunch of ladies going in and out at all hours. The Muffin Man is a himbo. I'm telling you, he lives it up, man. I wish I was the Muffin Man. I wish I was the fucking Muffin Man. He's living the life of fucking Riley. I'll tell you that. Thank you very, very much. DevMag52 and Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Digi Akuma says, little early for Friday Night Frolics, but here's a joke for you, Harvey. What do Titanic and The Sixth Sense have in common? Give up?
I don't know.
I see dead people. I see dead people. Get it? That's a great one, Digi Akuma. Son of a bitch. I
I gotta give it to you, did you, Akuma? That's fucking classic. That's fucking classic.
it is great, man. All right. On that happy note, and we will get to the rest of these super chats here as soon as we talk about our wonderful movie of the week. Oh, by the way, I didn't get the screen caps for that.
Shit, let me load them. I'll load them. I didn't know if you wanted me to do them tonight. Let me load them real quick. Shit.
Yeah, if you could.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. I'll do it right
Okay,
now.
let me do a few more super
Yeah,
chats.
do a few more
looking
super
for 'em. I
chats.
didn't actually see them. Lou Capadona, who's been a Dumentite of mine for 9 months now. Thank you, Lou, says, hail DC. Been busy, but have been watching your great vids. I'm praying for Lucasfilm to burn down. Not sure how I can deal with the erasure of Luke. Yeah, man. And not only the erasure of Luke, but the fucking humiliation of Luke, and also the elimination. I mean, they are cementing what they did to Luke into canon, according to, rumors and leaks. And Filoni is basically defected to Kathleen Kennedy's camp and declared her his fucking mentor and everything else, which means that they're headed squarely for the sequel trilogy, which means move along from Star Wars. There's nothing left to see. Just straight up. There's not a goddamn thing left to see. Might as well just write it off, forget it about it. Fuck that. So that's kind of where I am. Huh?
Dave Filoni has a knife with George Lucas and Jon Favreau's DNA on it.
Yeah.
Right from their back.
We should send Columbo over there.
Excuse me, sir. Did you kill this IP?
I think that would be appropriate. It would be an appropriate episode of Columbo to have an updated version. Thank you, Lou Capadona, brother. I hear you, man. My advice is to stay well clear of Star Wars until such a time as they prove beyond a shadow of a fucking doubt that they are not going to the sequel trilogy. I think they are at this point. But if they prove that they're not, if Ahsoka manages to pull their fat out of the fire, well, then at that point we can reevaluate. But at this point, they have to fucking prove it to me. They have to prove it to me. Kazua Chu with 15 MYR. Is that Malaysian? What is a MYR to USD? Yes, Malaysian ringgit. So Malaysian ringgit. Thank you, Kazuya Chu, with the 15 Malaysian ringgits. Really appreciate that. It says, greetings and salutations, Lord Doomcock and panelists from Malaysia. I have a request. Push the button. Release Harvey. Let him run rampage in Hollywood. I would love to, Kazuya, but unfortunately, he's like a genie. Once we uncork that damn bottle, we can't get him back in there. I mean, he won't stop at Hollywood. He will destroy all of our asses. There's no doubt about it. So as much as I would love to do that, believe me, my God, I lose sleep thinking about, Harvey paying a visit to Secret Hideout or, going to say hi to Lucasfilm. But it's just too dangerous. And I think that life is still worth living in general, mostly, speaking in a general sense. Wow. And wow. Holy smokes. We've got a 50-pound super chat. And I think I should read it now because it's from the UK, which means that it's basically 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning where this came from. So I don't want to keep Alex M up any later than he has to be. Whoa, 2 50-pound super chats. Holy smokes. Well, I've got to read these because, he's got to go to bed, folks. So Alex M, 2-part super chat from Alex M, APM, who is a executive producer on tonight's Friday Night Frolics. Thank you, Alex. Alex says, delighted to catch you live, oh Lord. I continue our winning battle to separate the LGBs from the TQS plus group. Gays against Broomers is a huge success. Outstanding, Alex. Thank you, sir. And he also adds here, okay, I'm going to try to pull this other one up. Okay. He says, with another 50-pound super chat of incredible generosity, he says, Mao-esque collectivism will not destroy us. I'm a eggy geek. Actually, in real life, I'm really masculine. Grr. And I love it. Just got a Prime 1 Superman black suit, 1/3 Cavill statue. Mike, you would love. I tip my hat from London town. See? So Alex M., thank you, sir. He's got a Prime 1 Superman black suit, 1/3 scale Cavill statue. That's a huge statue.
Damn, that is going to be, the detail on that is going to be epic.
Man, Alex M., dude. First of all, great taste. And second of all, yes, I hear from a lot of gay folks in our community that they do not like being lumped in to these radical political movements. They just want to live their lives. They want to be left alone in peace, to love who they love. And I support that absolutely entirely. I think everybody has the right to self-determination, the right to love who they want to love in the way that they want to love them. And I can see that you probably are tired of getting wrapped up in these insane political, movements and having all this, frankly, negativity coming your way that you don't deserve, didn't ask for, and aren't agitating anyone in living your life. So God bless you, Alex M. and APM, and thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for this incredibly generous couple of super chats, brother. And you are welcome here, of course, anytime. And I'm glad you see that we are not the haters and, phobes and ists that we are accused of being. We're actually a really welcoming community for people who are fucking sane, regardless of who they love. If you're sane and you're not an asshole, you're welcome here. And clearly, Alex, you are sane and not an asshole. Thank you for both of those super chats, man. It just goes to show you. I mean, that's why I do not like to get political on my channel. I believe that, there's such a wide spectrum of folks that to smear them with a brush saying right or left is just too simplistic. Thank you, Alex. God bless you, brother. Mike, have we got the...
Yep, ready to go.
All right. Well, let me go ahead then.
Share it. Hold on, let me get ready. Da, da, da.
Well, I'm going to run my my little trailer here for movies we love. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you First Blood. This is the very, very first John Rambo movie. This is kind of a milestone, really. A lot of people feel that, other than Rocky, that this is the best Stallone movie that's out there.
And I finally saw it 10 days ago.
Well, what'd you think, man?
Oh my God, it was unbelievably amazing. I cannot believe I never saw this movie. Boy, when you guys roasted me, what was it, 2-3 weeks ago, that I hadn't seen this, it was so well deserved. It was so well deserved. Let me just give some real facts. I just want to shout out the fact that it was Ted Kotcheff that directed it, screenplay, Michael Kozol, of course, Sylvester Stallone, Robert Grant, Brian Dennehy. But the budget was $15 million, and the box office, DC, was $125 million, which keeps alive the streak of what we talk about in terms of the multiples. Remember, we had that conversation that all the multiples are 10 to 50x of whatever their production budget is, and this certainly did this. I am so glad that I finally saw this movie. I had a blast, but I'll turn over to the notes to Gary as per usual, and I can talk at the end after the other boys. But wow, DC, I'm sorry, dude, for not seeing this film. It could have been a fireable offense from Pop Culture Breakdown. I mean, yeah. I now know why the level of. I mean, it's like I was like, wow, DC's not even mad at me. He's just so disappointed.
I could never be disappointed with you, my hermano, mi hermano. I just want to steer you towards the light, towards the luz.
Yeah.
But anyway, Gary, I know you love this movie, and I know you've got a lot to say about it. So please take it away, brother.
All right. Mike, I was not upset with you, my friend. I was jealous of you because you got to enjoy this for the first time.
Yeah.
And that must have been a really cool experience.
It
because
was
this movie-
unbelievable, and I saw it on my
This
80.
movie's killer.
Yeah, 84-inch screen, full surround sound. It was it was amazing. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, one more bit to add to what Mike was saying about the box office. It actually made an extra $23 million in home video. So we're talking $148 million return on a $15 million budget. Almost damn near 10 times.
Wow.
Pretty incredible. All
Nice.
right, First Blood. Based on David Morell's novel of the same name that was published 10 years before the movie's release. Morell was working as an English professor in 1970 when he began recounting the stories from some of his students whom had just returned from serving in the Vietnam War. He also cites World War II hero Audie Murphy as being an inspiration for what would become John Rambo. Columbia Pictures were the first to purchase the rights to the book just a couple years after it was published. However, the rights ended up with Warner Brothers after an unsuccessful attempt to produce at Columbia. Robert De Niro, Clint Eastwood, and Steve McQueen were all considered for the role of John Rambo. A handful of directors, such as Mike Nichols, John Frankenheimer, and Sidney Pollack, were all attached at some point. However, none could make the story work for them. After several more unsuccessful attempts to get First Blood off the ground, it was Mario Kassar and Andrew Vanya of Carolco Pictures who bought the rights from Warner Brothers, and the film was their first major success. Carolco hired Ted Kotcheff, a Canadian director working primarily in the United Kingdom on many television shows and film adaptations. In exchange for his directing First Blood, Mario Kassar and Andrew Vanya agreed to finance another project for Kotcheff. The director's first choice for the lead role was writer and star of Rocky, Sylvester Stallone. The studio was hesitant to give the role to Stallone due to poor box office reception of his films other than the Rocky series. It is believed that by the time First Blood was produced, there had been up to 18 versions of the shooting script. The final version was rewritten by Sylvester Stallone due to his success as a writer with his previous pet project, Rocky. It was his idea that John Rambo become a more sympathetic character, removing Rambo's killing of police officers and National Guardsmen as the original novel depicted. Author David Morell went on to acknowledge that Stallone's rewritten script and performance in the final film truly spoke to many veterans of the Vietnam War, the horrors they experienced, and the disrespect they received when they came home. After viewing a 3-hour rough cut of the film, Stallone, along with his agents, were disgusted with the result, and Stallone hated the film so much that he attempted to purchase it for the purpose of ensuring that no one would ever see it again. The 3-hour version was cut down to almost half its runtime at 93 minutes and was finally approved by the star.
Wow.
In an extremely rare circumstance, Stallone would go on not only to play one of the most iconic roles in cinema history, but 2 of them, seeing as the massive success of First Blood went on to launch 4 Rambo sequels, a cartoon series, and a toy line in the mid-'80s. The character of John Rambo in the original novel is unrelatable and almost unlikable as a protagonist to a movie audience. Stallone's involvement in the production was the catalyst for its success, and he is the reason it finally got off the ground after almost 10 years of unsuccessful production attempts.
Wow.
Gene Hackman and Robert Duvall both turned down the role of Sheriff Will Teasel. The part was offered to, at the time, relatively unknown actor Brian Dennehy, whose career received a major boost from this memorable role.
Yeah, he's really great. I mean, he's a great actor in everything
He's
I've ever
fantastic.
seen him in.
He is fantastic. The best thing about him in this movie is he's not a clear bad guy. He's just a guy who thinks differently than Rambo, and he acts on his, on what he thinks is right. That's what I like about it. It's very gray, this movie.
It is, and I would really love to see this 3-hour cut.
Well, Stallone
I know
doesn't
it's
want you
never
to.
gonna, but
Stallone don't want you to. But it would be interesting.
I wonder why. I wonder why he hated
It was just slow. It was boring, according to Stallone. He was like, it didn't work. So, anyway, Kirk Douglas was originally contracted to play Colonel Troutman, and promotional artwork was even made showing Stallone and Douglas starring together in the film. However, due to a dispute between Douglas and the studio regarding his request that the ending of the film be changed, Kirk Douglas left the production. Douglas requested that Troutman should kill Rambo, as in the novel, and the following is a quote from Douglas describing his version of the ending. A hand reaches up in the rearview mirror. The camera turns up and we see me. Then it turns a bit higher and I'm wearing your headband. After Douglas' departure, the talented Richard Crenna accepted the role and the rest is history.
Wow.
So Kirk Douglas felt that the Rambo character should be reincarnated in his character at the end of the movie. The studio said, no, we're not doing that. And he said, all right, well, I'm out.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting. And you can find that artwork online. I just recently saw it. It was very, very, very interesting.
Wow.
Having difficulty in choosing the name for his main character, author David Morrell's wife had recently brought home a box of local produce. The produce just happened to be a box of Rambo apples, the origin of which is believed to have come from Peter Gunnarsson Rambo, a Swedish immigrant who may have brought the seeds of the particular strain of fruit with him on the boat to America. That's how
Wow.
we picked the name Rambo.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, Jerry Goldsmith once again creates an amazing and action-packed score. Its primary theme, It's a Long Road, written by Goldsmith and performed by Dan Hill during the end credits, becomes the basis of the Rambo theme and is heard throughout all of its sequels. Great synthesizer themes would go on to be used again in Rambo First Blood Part 2, which is also scored by Jerry Goldsmith. His complete score for First Blood was finally released in 2010 by Entrada Records.
Sweet. I don't think I've ever heard the score isolated.
Oh, I'll send it to you. It's really good. I got the Entrada one.
Wow.
The heavily edited 93-minute theatrical release did originally include Morrell's ending in which Rambo is killed by Troutman. The audience loved the film but were very upset at its ending, so an alternate version of Rambo's arrest were shot to keep the audience happy. How about that? What a concept. Keep the audience happy.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, well, and that decision went on to make, this thing a huge franchise. This film is much different than its sequels. The Rambo films all being very entertaining and successful. First Blood is a much more grounded and realistic take on the character of John Rambo, depicting him as a real man with trouble and pain, doing his best to move on with life after the nightmare of war, only to have the warrior triggered by the antagonists, unable to switch off the instinct of the killer he was trained to become. Brilliant performances, solid writing, and terrific real action sequences make this movie absolutely timeless. This movie is incredible. When I was young, I was introduced to Rambo, but I had not seen First Blood until I had already seen all the other Rambo movies. And as much as I liked the Rambo movies, this one really is, it's the best film out of all of them. The other ones are awesome. Yeah. Rambo 2 is badass. Rambo 3 is cool. John Rambo is fucking great. Even Rambo 5 was cool. This movie is the best movie out of them. It's a real gritty action kind of like drama movie. And Stallone's badass in it. He's great. It was his changes that made this thing so good. And they were all good calls by Stallone. He's a fucking talented SOB. He really is. And this movie kicks serious ass.
It's kind of like the trajectory of the Rocky films, where, the original Rocky is indisputably, the superior film. I mean, it's a fucking masterpiece. It's a great film. It's an indie like film really at heart. It's a character portrait.
Yeah.
And then it was so successful and won the Oscar and all that. Then we had very entertaining, kind of installment sequels that portrayed, the evolution of the character. Same thing with this, that First Blood is a serious movie.
Yeah.
You know, it stands alone. And the other ones are just, you know, good fun, you know, kind of extrapolations off the character and stuff. But this is a serious movie, and it has some serious things to say.
Yeah.
Ranker Steve, do you like this movie? Have you got anything to say about this this fabulous film?
Oh, I do. Let me get my glasses because now I can read my notes. And
There
yeah,
you go.
I'm just stupid at reading. If there was any action film franchise worth saving, Rambo First Blood is the birth of that franchise. This movie is phenomenal. On every level. I watched it actually last night and then today. I watched it last night to kind of refresh my memory and then today to get my notes. And this is the first Stallone movie I ever watched. Um, a lot of
Wow.
people say Rocky is their first Stallone movie. No, I ended up watching a violent Stallone movie, and I was like, "This guy's cool." And I was like 5 years old, and I was like, "I want more of this guy." This was the only thing my dad showed me on how to be a man, and he was right for once. This is the pinnacle of masculine man, of a guy who's willing to survive every single level of attack on him. And I actually ended up getting these I think all the Rambo movies on 4K, and they're phenomenal. If you haven't watched them in 1080, they're good. 4K, it's great. These movies are phenomenal. I love the music, and it's Gary, you will like this. The Rambo music, especially the first and second one, remind me a lot of anytime I listen to it when I watch the movies, remind me of us filming. Of when we put this on the background when we're doing work or anything. It's something I really cherish, the music to this. Um to me, I didn't really find any bad guy in this movie. I really didn't. I understood the guy, the sheriff in this movie. I really understood him a lot more than I did Rambo. He wanted to protect his town, and it's he to me he wasn't a bad guy. There was really no bad guy in this movie. It was just a miscommunication for me in this one. The scene with Stallone giving properly the longest monologue is the most heart-wrenching scene. I always say on my show and with anyone else, I can't wait. Or whenever I watch a Stallone movie or show, I can't wait for a Sunday morning speech from Stallone. To me, I think this is the birth of that. It's when he's talking at the end where he gives a monologue of what he went through. You really understand. And coming from a family who's heavily into the military, Marines, and Navy specifically, it really hit home this morning when I watched it. I was like, man, I understand my cousins and my uncles a lot more in this. And that's such a you can see Stallone when he talks about what he went through at the end. It was gut wrenching. This film made you want to be John Rambo. There was no other action hero I wanted to be other than John Rambo. I wanted to put on a red bandana or whatever it was. I wanted to put cloth or whatever you want to call it, and grab knives and just go for it. And my last note is, this is the greatest Christmas movie next to Die Hard. It is a Christmas movie, and I actually have a replica of John Rambo 5. I always want to say 6, but I feel like there's a missing one. There's just one John Rambo movie missing out of this thing. And I know Stallone wants to make a sixth one, but I actually have the replica of John Rambo the 5th movie, his knife. So I was like, you know what? I got to bring this baby out. So yeah. If anyone hasn't seen this movie, you gotta see it, dude. It's such a good psychological chase. It's phenomenal of Stallone in his younger age, and it's so perfect, and it's a love story to action hero, like action films. It's so good. I love this movie so much, even more. So those are my reviews.
Absolutely. And it's funny. It just struck me. The Deal Master in the chat posted this quote from Troutman saying, "You don't seem to accept the fact you're dealing with an expert in guerrilla warfare, a man who's been trained to ignore pain, weather, to eat things that would make a billy goat puke." And his role, Troutman, is essentially Loomis in Halloween. When he's saying, evil has come to your little town, sheriff. You have no idea what is happening, and what you're in for. It's just kind of cool that they're the ones that are acquainted with the threat, the risk, and
Right.
they're the outsiders that come in to warn everyone. I really like that. Mexican Iron Man, what do you think, man? Go ahead and cut loose on this.
I'm not here to save him from you. I'm here to save you, all of you, from him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember that line?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
Look
here.
at that.
I was
Look at
like,
that car
"Wow."
lifting up.
Man, let me tell you my favorite scene. Where is it? It comes right back up. It's when he's in the tree and the helicopter. Okay, here we go. Up here. This falling from the tree. And then right there where he's like, I know that's a special effect, but son of a bitch, that looks real.
It looked
Yeah.
fantastic. It really looked like he's bleeding out. It really.
Now, I had
it's
heard
nauseating.
I had heard from Tom, who had when I discussed this with him, that Stallone actually was injured on the shoot. But regardless, is that look at that in terms of like if you've ever seen someone who's been severely injured with traumatic injuries, that looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That looks amazing. And I love how granular everything was, like that car chase in the beginning, like right here.
Yeah.
The way that they chose to shoot this, it's just fantastic. It's fantastic. And I had never seen this movie. Or Agent Orange and PTSD from Vietnam War is something that wreaked havoc in my family because I had uncles, and then my stepdad did 3 voluntary tours in Nam as a Marine.
Wow.
He didn't draft. He wasn't drafted. He enlisted, and then he went back for 2 more. And it was something that he struggled with for literally decades. He eventually was able to be what I'm just going to say, a normal, functional, contributing member of society.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, he was reliving everything that he experienced as a Marine raider back in the day, and the stuff that he did and saw and went through. So this movie struck a chord. I think the city that he rolls in, isn't it called Hope, if I remember correctly? Is that the name
Yeah, it
of
is.
the town? Which I just find is just so. My friend that I do the Tuesday morning shows with, Loki's Mornings and Mysteries, Loki Doomcock,
Yeah.
and I told him that I hadn't seen this, and he said the guy's just trying to get through town, and I sat back after I watched this movie, I'm like, God, could someone just given this guy a sandwich?
Yep.
In a hotel room, and none of this would have gone down this way.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone give this guy literally a Subway sandwich in a night stay, and things don't melt down.
Treat him with a little respect, man.
Treat him with a little
Yeah.
bit of respect, which was all he was looking at. And this scene right here at the end wasn't the most compelling from an acting point of view. Like the tears didn't seem real, but the dialogue and the emotion that he expressed through the dialogue was really amazing, I thought.
Mhm.
So, oh shoot, accidentally closed it. Oh, let me open that again. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Hold on. Wait. Well, I want to make sure Andy has it. I was going too fast and accidentally closed it.
Well, you got
what's-
excited.
You know
Yeah, I
what's
got excited.
interesting is I discovered after watching this movie for the first time this weird little tidbit of history here. I used to go to this comic book store all the time and play this game. I think it was called Golden Axe. Did you guys ever play that in the arcade?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Golden Axe took sound effects directly from this movie.
Nice.
Directly. I'm not talking about just, canned sound effects. I'm talking about who's the guy from CSI that's in this movie? The redhead guy, what's his name? David Caruso.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There's a
David
scene where he's
Caruso.
screaming. They took that piece of him screaming and they would use it in that video game Golden Axe. which I thought was just weird. I'm like, wow, those are all sound effects from Golden Axe. They totally ripped off a whole bunch of sound effects from this movie, which I thought was hysterical. Just a weird little piece of information on that.
Nice. Yeah.
I got
Oh,
you
yeah.
kind of a little nipple shot there. That little bartender gal there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
they shot this movie. They shot this movie in Canada, in British Columbia.
They
in
don't have
town-
bras up there or what?
Must've been
Hell no,
cold.
man. Them Canadian gals they're hot stuff, man. They're good.
That's the French
gals.
side.
Oh man, they're good looking gals. But yeah, that town Hope is a real town. It's a real municipality in British Columbia. Apparently, I have never been there. I don't know much about it, but according to the movie, according to the research I did, they really shot it there.
Apple 2GS, my wrench, and God bless all my wrenches, are doing a great job tonight. Thank you all. Apple 2GS says there's a YouTube video showing the scenes in Rambo that were used in Golden Axe, jumping between the arcade game and the movie.
There you go.
So you
I
should
didn't
check
know
that
that.
out. You probably get a kick out of that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Mike, did you have more to say, or
No, I'm
did-
good. Go to Andy. We can go to Andy now.
Okay, Andy,
I love this.
what do you think of this, man?
Well, this was a fabulous movie for me growing up. It came out, I think, like '82, and we went out to see it in the movies. And I was like, 14 years old or something like that, 14, 15 years old. And back then, not everybody had cable. We didn't have cable, but you would get a lot of the same movies over and over and over again. You didn't have the variety that you have today. And we would go over to my friend Mark Capril's house, and Mark was heavily into like military stuff. I was amazed that when he graduated high school, he didn't go into the military because he was in Civil Air Patrol, had his pilot's license at 16, was really into this stuff. And we would watch this thing over and over and over again. And that last scene at the very end where he's talking about his experience in Vietnam, this thing, I believe, set off a trend, recognizing a big black eye that America has in the way that it treated its Vietnam veterans.
Mhm.
This is the first one that really like shined a light on that. And when I got into high school, I got into trouble a lot, usually because I was bored. But there were two English teachers that really kind of had my back. And one was a fellow named Tom Gavani, and he was a Vietnam veteran. And it was a movie up until like you meet somebody that actually went through some of these things. Like he would talk about things like that he ran across in Vietnam, like the bouncing Betty that would design. It was a mine that would bounce up and blow the bottom half of your body off because it was psychologically damaging to see your friend there with half of his body gone. And as I got older, realizing like my father going through World War II and the things that he saw, and the damage and the PTSD that veterans, police officers, firemen, and EMT people, all these horrible things that people see, like it damages you. And I have a very, very good friend of mine. In fact, I'm his daughter's godfather. And his father was a Vietnam veteran and was exposed to Agent Orange. And every one of his kids has something, epilepsy, thyroid conditions, reproductive issues, diabetes, that are all, and you see like the effect that lingers from all this. And when you look at the way that the veterans were treated when they came home, this movie with that scene where Stallone, I mean, which is an incredible performance. It's like Stallone isn't the greatest actor, but what it really shows you is like his writing and things like that, and the things that he's got such great instincts for film. And he puts these little monologues and things in there that like they just kind of pop out of nowhere. And his first monologue when he's talking to Troutman, and he says they drew first blood, where they obviously get the title from and so forth. But that monologue about like how all of his friends are gone, he's the last one left. You really get the feeling that he he wants to be gone too, and he's kind of using this. He's just so much better than them. They just can't get the job done. Um, uh, the Troutman character was fabulous. You could see like in this performance where he's dealing with the guilt of where he first comes in, he says, God didn't make John Rambo, I did. And later you kind of see him come to grips with that. Yeah, I did create this guy. I did put him through this, and he's the last one. I've let all these guys down, and when he wasn't available for him and all that stuff, and very, very powerful about like the things that we expect. You know, it's kind of like, you know, our police force. Like, you know, we want them there when we want them there, and when we don't want them there, you just get out of my face. And we're not willing to draw any like middle ground there about like you have to balance it out a little bit. And this was really powerful with that. And I think, yeah, the other movies were action oriented, but this was kind of profound. This spoke to a lot of things about like the, you know, the God, I hate to use the word xenophobia, but like we all have, like, you see the stranger and he looks a little off, and you know, you're kind of like, yeah, you don't belong here, move on, and so forth. But this really points out a lot of things, like as Steve said, like, or was it Mike, one of the that said all this could have been avoided if someone had shown him just a little bit of kindness, and that was so foreign to people, like, you know, well, now you're just one of those no good drifters and stuff like that, like, you know, we don't need you around here. Really makes you stop and think about like how you interact with people, and like, and what kind of things you can do just to be a little bit more human to your fellow humans. And because you never know that person, what they're dealing with. And this thing really drives that home. It was a in retrospect, yeah, it's a great action movie. It's exciting. It is the first part there when he escapes and he just has every opportunity to kill every one of those deputies, but he doesn't. And he shows that restraint, and how it's not reciprocated. They do everything in their power to kill him. It's a very kind of turn your other cheek kind of moment there. But yeah, this is a classic. And when the younger people in the audience watch this, I think you're going to see a lot of trends that this movie started. It's powerful, it's entertaining, and you know, you really understand why Sylvester Stallone has had such a long-lasting career with it.
Yeah. I mean, that's well said. He's a remarkable guy, Stallone. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, he owes his career to writing skill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the script of Rocky is fucking great. It's just a great piece of writing, and the fact that he held out and said, no, if you want this, you're gonna have to take me in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people would have just taken the money and shut up, and then he would have been relegated to obscurity. And you know, as a result, we have all of these epic roles, all these epic movies, because of his writing talent. And I'm just so impressed by that, because you know, looking at the guy, you wouldn't think, shit, this guy, you know, is how to write, but he's a hell of a writer.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have anything else to say about this movie? I think it's just another one of those examples of the way that they used to make great action movies. Where go ahead.
Oh, you can finish.
No, I was just going to say, you know, I mean, but it's more than an action movie. I mean, it's like a drama with action in it, you know.
It
Kind of like
just goes
Rocky.
to show you that you don't need to spend $400 million on a fucking movie
Yeah.
to get something good. I mean, you're talking about a $15 million budget back in the day, and it made almost 10 times its money on the first movie alone. The second movie did twice the amount of money that this movie did in the box office. Twice. It did like $300 million in 85. It's outrageous.
Without representation.
Right. Right.
One, I don't know. You guys probably, I know Gary and Andy probably saw this, and maybe you, Mexican Eye Man, maybe everyone on here. The comic relief in this movie, where you have all the guys on the National Guard, when they're about to take out John Rambo, and like you get there like, oh, I don't want to. They go down the line of like, I don't want to do this. I'm like, why? I was laughing like crazy on that part. It was the only comic relief that you can get out of this, where a bunch of guys, even National Guards, were making a joke of this, like, who's gonna take John Rambo out? Like, I don't want to do this, you do it. No, I don't want to do this, you do it. And there's not, like what Gary said, like, you don't need to make $400 million. Look at John Wick. They do it under under $200 million. And they make the money back. It's as long as you can tell a good story and you can actually make something. To me, this is a chase film. When I was in college, they would always teach us, you're going to make a 5-minute chase sequence film. That's it. That's the first thing you're going to do in film school. And once you get that down, you can start doing other things. And to me, this was a chase film. It was them chasing John Rambo, and he was doing all these things. Now, when you get into the next John Rambo movies, they're a little bit crazier and elaborate, but they're good. I have no problem with any of the other ones. The third one, maybe a little bit, but they're fun. These are the first one, First Blood, is such a good movie on a level where it's such a simple film. Mm-hmm. You don't need a bad guy. You don't need any of that stuff. It's just a guy who's trying to get through town. Even the first scene where he's trying to meet up with a friend in the military, and he finds out he's passed away. Like, that's such a gut-wrenching right there. And he's like, well, I've lost everyone now. Like, what do I have? And
it's the only time we've ever seen Rambo smile is in the beginning of this movie. We've never seen him smile in any of the other movies.
Yeah.
It's just interesting that moment changes him, because that's probably the last thing he had. That was why he was going to this place in the first place. That was the whole point, was just go meet up with his buddy. And his buddy was dead, and it's like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
And anyone who has seen this, you understand the timeline of Rambo. He literally has nothing. I think he actually cracks a smile in the fifth one with his niece. In the fifth one, if you haven't seen it, I think he cracks somewhat of a smile in the fifth one.
That would have been appropriate. Yeah.
I think he does a little bit, but other than that, he doesn't. To me, the fourth one is probably one of the best ones, because you understand John Rambo. But this one is just with how they create an action hero, how they create to make people understand vets in Vietnam and the military. There's no other film that can actually top it, and I love this movie so much.
I remember seeing the trailer to the fourth movie, and my friend came to me and he's like, "You got to watch this thing." This is before I saw it, and I said, "What? Okay, I like Rambo." He's like, "No, you have no fucking idea. This movie looks crazy." He told me, he's like, "I just saw the trailer for Rambo 4. I thought it was a fucking joke." Because like there's that scene where the gun's like this to those guys in the Jeep. It's this far away. It's a 50 caliber full automatic machine gun, and he pulls the trigger. And it's like all you see is ground beef just blowing all over the fucking place. And it's insane, right? It's fucking crazy.
So,
but it was legit. It wasn't a joke. We all thought it was like a parody, but no, it was straight up that fucking crazy. Which is a great movie.
Gary, did you know one of his daughters, I think his youngest daughter, edited that entire sequence?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, in the makings, he talks about how she edited it, and I was like,
Mike, did you see the fourth one yet?
Oh yeah, I saw it in a glorious 4K.
What do you think, man? The fourth one's fucking insane, dude.
Snowdub from Snowdub Live Channel. He's one of my best friends. The Con Connection. Snowdub sent it to me. Well, he had heard I never saw the stuff, and so he sent me that one. So that I had to work my way up to it. Holy crap! The audio track on that and surround sound, dude. My woofers were heaving out when that 50 went off. My woofers were heaving so much air out of the thing that Bambino jumped up on the sofa because it was like, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Dude, that little Bambino gut scared the shit out of him. He's like, he's like,
Have you seen all of them, Mike?
no, I haven't seen the fifth one.
Okay, check
I've
it
seen
out.
1 through 4. I gotta get around. I haven't gotten to the fifth one yet, dude. Compared that to 2 weekends ago or 3 Wednesdays ago when I hadn't seen anything, I'm doing good.
Oh,
I'm working
yeah,
on it.
you're doing great, man.
Oh, you are, man.
You're
You're
lucky.
a man.
You're real lucky.
You know,
'Cause
one thing that was really cool about this movie was you saw how badass everybody thought that they were until they met John Rambo.
Oh yeah.
The sheriff thought he was like the king of his little fiefdom, and then you had the National Guard guy who was I'm Colin so and so, like and then all of a sudden he realizes, oh shit, you know what? I've come across somebody who's the real thing, and I'm not that. It really put an exclamation point at the end of that.
I watched it today, and he pulled out a 357 Magnum. I was like, that ain't gonna stop John Rambo.
You almost said John Wick.
I almost said John Wick. They're all the same. I feel like that's a father's son right there. John
Yeah.
Rambo and John Wick right there.
I don't know who would actually win if they
John
went against
Rambo.
each other, John Wick or John Rambo. I
It
don't
depends
know.
on if they were related. He's talking about
Depends
it being
on who
related.
has a pencil,
Yeah.
Oh, ouch, okay.
An assault pencil.
who has a farging pencil.
John Wick is so badass. John Wick is fucking
He is.
scary, man. Anyway, I love this movie. I love you guys, and this is one of our favorite segments, folks. One of our favorite segments. So thank you, Gary. Thank you, everybody, for kicking in on this. It's so much fun to talk about things we love as opposed to shit that we hate. And
Right.
you know, we're one of the few shows that actually does that. You know, I wish more people would. But anyway, let's go ahead and speaking of love, let's go ahead and get to the last of these super chats here.
Super chats, mofo.
All right, here we go, folks. Let's go ahead. They're not going to read themselves. Padre, it's been an arch villain of mine for 7 months. Thank you, Padre. He says, I'd like to take a moment to thank the panel for all the fun commentary and analysis that you guys provide during these streams. Very enlightening and educational. Harvey's daughter's parentage excluding you naughty boy.
Hey, cut it out, dude. Why do you have to drag any allegations that are unproven and cannot be actually legally acted upon without DNA, which nobody has?
All right. Well, I don't know. Thank you, Padre, for stirring up Harvey. When we have nice and gentle down and quiet, like, but oh well. Goku McDuck. Oh, with a 65 Mexican dollar super chat. Thank you, Goku McDuck. How are you, sir? He says, Lord Doomcock, I sent you some emails this past 14th and 15th. Was going to make a larger message, but it is not easy. Might continue tonight or later. I'm sorry, Goku McDuck. You know, this was my birthday. So, you know, 14th, I was, you know, drinking heavily, and the 15th, I was incapacitated. And the rest of this week, I've been trying to catch up. So, but I'll get to it. I'll read it and I will respond. Thank you, Goku McDuck. I'm sorry. I hope everything's okay. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says, forgive my tardiness, my liege. I was watching Film Threat's trial on the murder of Star Wars. It would be cool to see you on it if you're interested. Oh yeah, sure. If Film Threat invited me on, I would love to go ahead and give testimony on that. I feel eminently qualified to do
I'll
so.
Chris Gore's one of my best buddies. I'll mention it to him this week.
Oh yeah, really? I'd love to. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll mention it to him. I'll talk to him this week, and no later than Monday. I'll get back to you.
Oh, thanks, Mike. That's
Yeah.
cool. Man,
Yeah,
I always used to read film thread.
I'm a mod on his channel, and I call myself for this thing a Mexican Iron Bailiff.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to come on, Mike. We could.
All right, I'll talk to him. We'll get
We
it
should
going.
make that happen. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says Peter Pan Goes Wrong, currently free with ads on YouTube right now. It's a hell of a lot more entertaining than Disney's Peter Pan and Wendy. Peter Pan Goes Wrong? What does Peter Pan, go to the big city on a bus thinking, that he's going to be a stud, and he's flying down the street. Everybody's talking at me, and and unfortunately, all he can get is gay hustlers, and Peter Pan goes terribly wrong. Is that the plot, or am I misinterpreting it?
Peter Pan sexual.
Wow, you guys are just mean.
I say, hey, honey, take a walk on the wild side. And the Lost Boys go doot to doot to doot doot to doot doot to doot. Peter Pan sexual. Jesus.
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
I think that's what we should do, huh? Maybe make Peter Pan sexual. Make it like Midnight Cowboy meets Peter Pan sexual.
Whoa.
I think that'd be great.
Whoa.
Let's just piss them off so much, Got his pixie dust and he was a she. He said, hey, honey, take a walk on the wild side.
Hey, what's better than using their own ammunition at them? That's priceless.
Yeah, it might be kind of funny, huh? Thank you very much, Digi Akuma, for that. Peter Pan Goes Wrong. Now I need to know what the fuck actually that is. It sounds like a porn. Sounds like something terrible, Peter Pan goes, knocks on the door. Hey, I'm here from Neverland to fix your plumbing. Oh, come on in, Thaler. And it just goes wrong from there, He's got a little kit, the classic porno setup. I hear that your pipes need adjusting. Oh, yes. Mike Loves Cats with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Mike Loves Cats. Says Octopussy did Tuk Tuk Chase better. Taken from it.
Right? And it was hysterical.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, it was kind of played for laughs, I mean,
that was the whole point, because you can't play a Tuk Tuk Chase for legit. It's for laughs.
Well, I guess Kathleen Kennedy disagrees. So I guess we'll see, won't we? Jacob Holler with a $9.99 super sticker of a lemon shaking some maracas and jamming out, going ahead and doing a little deo, a little calypso dance there. Thank you, Jacob Holler. Dude, appreciate that. I've never seen that one before. Wow. Roadhog 1167 with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Roadhog. Says, after what Kathleen Kennedy did to Star Wars, I will not be watching Indiana Jones. Oh yeah, man. Well, I would agree. I would advise everyone not to watch Indiana Jones 5. I don't know exactly what's going to be in it. I haven't actually, got any tips along those lines, but I can tell you that these things, once you've seen them, they're in your mental dojo. You can't unsee them. You can't really ever unsee Luke Skywalker being a complete defeatist, piece of filth douchebag in The Last Jedi, no matter how much you try. And I would advise you to just treasure your memories of, Indiana Jones, and don't go see, Mangold pull this Logan Swan song on and maybe kill him off at this point. I really don't know. But I do know I don't need that in my life. Now, I've got to see it. I have to review it. But if you don't have to, I would sincerely advise you not to succumb to, FOMA, fear of missing out, because the only thing you're missing out on is heartache, brain damage, and disappointment.
I'm wondering something that Cameron said about KK likes the flavor of the week, whatever's popular. if this flops, will Mangold lose his Star Wars movie? Will she cancel that one too?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I don't think there's any, fuck yeah. He might, frankly, everyone's going to lose their Star Wars movies because Star Wars is fucking dead at this point. I mean, the law of diminishing returns will guarantee that this shit is over. The Rey movie, that was the last straw. The Rey movie, that was it. That was it. Call me Snake in the chat says, don't look at it, Doomcock. Keep your eyes shut. Yeah, but I'm going to have to fucking see it. And I wish I didn't, but, I've got to know. I've got to report what's in it. I will see it at the earliest fucking opportunity. And I will let you guys know. But I am not excited at all. Casey Osowski with a $10 super chat. Hail, Casey Osowski. Casey says, hail all. Great to be here. Well, it's over. Amex will get their cash. I may not have much to offer you anymore, so take it now. Casey, we will chat, brother. I will be in touch. He got into I don't want to talk about it in public without his permission, but at some point I think we will probably talk about it because I'd like to share what happened and maybe get him some help, but I'll be talking to him soon. God bless you, Casey. We love you, buddy, and we'll stay in touch on this thing. Silent Watcher with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Silent Watcher. Says, I failed to see how our movie bombed because these other movies came out excuse works. What I'm hearing is Disney admitting that their movies simply can't compete. Well, essentially that's what they're admitting, right, Mike? I mean,
Yeah.
they don't have the legs to withstand any other diversions, right?
Nope.
Yeah, and it won't work. He's right. It will not work. He says he doesn't see how it will work. It doesn't. That's just their excuse.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're just trying to save a little face, but actually it's not gonna help. I mean, people are gonna know pretty goddamn quick if this movie stinks or not. There really isn't. I mean, word of mouth spreads like wildfire these days. So, they may not even make it out of the opening fucking weekend. I hope it. I don't know. I hope it bombs. I really. All of the shit that they've tried to pull and everything.
All the money they've spent, Doomcock.
Oh God, I know.
I hope we're all horribly wrong, and I hope it's one of the awesomest Indiana Jones movies ever.
Yeah. Well,
I really do, but it's not gonna happen. So
it's not gonna.
It's gonna suck. It's gonna be shitty. But what are we gonna do? I just hope we're all wrong.
I'm gonna bet against. Rancor Steve that there's no way Little Mermaid's gonna be better, but who knows?
Oh my God. That's like, questioning which is better, Ebola or the jaws of a great white shark.
I'll take your bet. What are we waging?
Uh-oh. Sounded like somebody's pole dancing.
3 shots live on air on the show.
Ooh, there you go.
Ooh, all right. There
Done.
You go.
So does that hold up? Does that mean you're gonna go see Little
I'm
Mermaid?
gonna say you're taking the position that Little Mermaid's better than Indiana Jones. I'm gonna say Indiana Jones is better than Little Mermaid. Doomcock's gonna see both, so he'll decide.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
That's fair.
I'll be
3
honest.
shots. What are we drinking?
Well, you're losers pick.
Little
No,
Mermaid.
winner pick. So if I lose, you can make me drink scotch or tequila. I don't care. You
All right.
winner picks for the loser.
If Little Mermaid's better, you drink.
But
White
I'm not
Claw.
doing any. I'm not drinking any Bud Light, dude.
I'm not gonna.
damn
No.
No,
It's gonna
that's
be
unjust.
Miller Lite.
No.
Whoa, easy.
I've got 4 words for you, gentlemen. 4 words. Night, train, fortified wine.
Whoa.
Mad Dog 2020.
I'm down.
Ripple.
I'm down for that bet right there. That's a good wager.
Because that is some nasty shit, folks.
Yeah.
That's some nasty shit. So
I've done it. I hate it.
wow. I'm yeah. Okay. Well, that's gonna be something, folks. We may see somebody hurl live on the air if this actually happens. Roadhog 1167 with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Roadhog. Says also in honor of your birthday. Thank you, Roadhog. He says, I hit the horn on my big rig for every one kid that gave me the arm pump, then went home and smoked a brisket and drank rum. Not much I know, but I did what I could. All hail DVD. Thank you, Roadhog 1167. God bless you, buddy. And so a bunch of kids got the horn in honor of my birthday, and what a wonderful thing that is. Thank you, Roadhog. That's super damn cool. Cardinal Sin with a $1.99 super chat. Hey, Gil, how you doing? He says, hail all mods, chat, panel, and Xanadu. Hail to you, Cardinal Sin. And please subscribe to Cardinal Sin. And we will actually, I believe Gary and I will be appearing with Cardinal Sin sometime in June to talk some more woo stuff. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. God bless you, Cardinal Sin, and thank you for being here tonight. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jack says again, Dave Filoni is a male feminist, and we all know what that's code for. Someone needs to check his computer. Oh, come on. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
He's maybe a funny joke.
He may be a traitor, but I don't know about that. Darksaber Force with a $2 super chat. Hail, Darksaber Force says, what about Johnny Bravo?
That was a funny show.
Yeah.
That was a really funny show.
Was
I
good.
like that show.
What? I don't even, is that the cartoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. With the blonde, with the big muscle.
Right.
Yeah. What about it, Darksaber Force? You're just asking, do people like it? I don't know. Thank you, Darksaber Force. Well, if you have any more specific questions, let us know in the chat. Susan Dolan with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Susan Dolan says, my overlord, Doomcock, I must correct an error you made about the Budweiser Clydesdales. They don't use anything but bay geldings in the 40-horse hitch. Wow.
Yeah,
really?
You don't want a horse that size getting distracted.
I see.
If you have a horse that's not cut, and you're riding them, and they will take off after deer in the woods if they smell them. Yeah,
Wow.
they're uncontrollable.
Wow.
Kind of like Mexican Iron Man in a strip club.
Yeah.
Except these things can pull. I went to a show one time at the rodeo. They have it's basically a tractor pull with horses. I think it was 7,000 pounds. These two Clydesdales drug a 7,000 pound sled of lime across the track. It's amazing how powerful these things are, but they're so gentle. They're really sweet horses.
Well, because they got their,
Yeah.
nuts locked off. So
Yeah.
I mean, that'll gentle you down real nice, won't it? But the thing about Mexican Iron Man is, Mexican Iron Man never gets into a lady without getting out of a window. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to get a compliment.
It's like, I am so into you, and now I am out the window.
Come on, Mike. All the other live streams have you falling out the window.
I have you leaping like Barishnikov, like gracefully out the window, bare-assed, yes, but you're in a hurry. You're in a hurry.
Oh no, you've seen the Twitter files.
Yes, exactly.
Doomcock, you've seen the Twitter files on me. Oh no.
I know. I can't unsee it. I'm
Or like
disturbed.
Andre says, Mike, no more jumping out of windows until we close the quarter on Midnight's Edge books.
Mexican Iron Man, the Coppertone commercial.
How do you know I have any tan lines, Andy? Maybe I don't.
Uh-oh.
Oh Lord.
Oh dear. He flies through the air with the greatest of ease. Troy Neenan with 3 super chats in a row. Thank you very, very much, Troy Neenan. $5 super chat and two $2 super chats. I will read them all here. Thank you. Troy says on the Harvey KO channel. He's talking about my new channel, folks. I've got a new channel. I have rebranded the Harvey Zone into Pop Culture KO. It's going to be having a lot more diverse kind of videos over there. Shorter videos, punchier videos, funnier videos, including some shorts. And anyway, that's what Troy Neenan is talking about. And my wrenches have the address if you want to go and subscribe. It's going to be really cool. Troy Neenan says on the Harvey KO channel, Pop Culture KO, you should be able to do reaction videos. I would like to see all or each of you individually watch videos that we recommend. Yeah, but if you do that, don't you get dinged for them? I don't understand how reaction videos work. So you just have
they're really, look, a lot of people do them, but Doomcock, it puts you in a situation where either if it's like trailers, depends on CBS
Right.
are assholes, we know that. Disney's generally pretty lax depending on what they want to promote. And then if it's another channel, you're such a large channel, I don't think reaction videos make sense for you because people will be striking you left and right.
Yeah.
To
right.
grab the AdSense revenue.
Yeah. So yeah, I think for that reason, Troy, as you can see,
it'd be fun, but it would be a waste of time because there'd be like no value for you out of it.
Yeah.
It's because you're too. How many subs do you have now? What, 300 and what?
311,000.
Yeah, come on, and we react to other people. No, we just can't. Look, you do whatever you want. I'm just giving you my.
I'm cautious on that.
You can't afford to do it at this point.
We can do fair use all day and night, but YouTube is not cool about fair use the way they should be.
Yeah.
Right, I know it. Well, maybe on Rumble or something. Who knows?
Or the other channel.
Yeah,
that's another thing too. We can do it on Rumble all day and night.
Yeah,
and again, it's not about what's legal or anything like that. It's about what YouTube does in terms of because they'll kill the video. It's not just about monetization. They might strike the whole video and then it's just gone.
Right. Right. So there you go.
Maybe we can do it on Rumble.
Well, we'll think about it, Troy. Troy also says Mike's first view of Rambo should have been recorded. What?
You know what? That would have been a freaking great idea because I was in front of my script. I know I was reacting because I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I was pretty animated. Shit, I should have done that. That would have been a good idea.
God dang. But then,
you should have seen me on the fourth one. By the fourth, because I saw them all. I saw them all back to back over 2.5 days. By the time I got to the fourth one, I was like,
God. Outstanding, man. Outstanding. Well, I wish you would have seen it. And Troy Neenan also says with AI, we can switch Sly with Clint. What? Put Clint Eastwood in there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I think everybody should stick to their own wheelhouse, Troy. I think everyone should stick to their own wheelhouse.
We have Stallone with Rocky, and we have Harrison Ford for Wheel of Fortune. Keep it at that.
I think that's fair. I think
they
that's
drew
fair.
first blood.
Come on down.
Yeah, well, we could also pop Elmer Fudd in there, couldn't we? We do first blood. Goku McDuck, who's a 65 Mexican dollar super chat. Thank you. Goku McDuck says, please pray for the health of my friend Stephanie. She has been a great help for me in these rough times I'm going through, and she is now. So God bless Stephanie. Everyone put a GM in the chat for Goku McDuck, and if you would spare a prayer for his friend Stephanie, who is helping him out through some tough times with his family. And apparently she is also having a bit of a tough time. So folks, spare a thought for them, and thank you for that. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Digi Akuma says we're talking about First Blood now, but when do we talk about Roadhouse?
Whoa.
I used to fuck guys like you in prison.
his wife was in that though, right? Patrick Swayze's wife, who actually was pretty hot.
No, that was Lynch, Kimberly Lynch or something like that. Kelly Lynch. She
David
was the
Lynch's
doctor.
sister, isn't it? Isn't it?
Is it really?
I
Really?
think so. Looks like her. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Looks like him. Yeah.
Well, I don't think Roadhouse is on the schedule, did you, Kuma? But so
Why not?
well, we're gonna put it in after Dirty Dancing. Okay.
Yeah.
Put
We'll
it
end up doing like a guilty pleasures type movie segment where we watch movies that we shouldn't like but we do anyway.
Yeah.
I think that would probably fall under one of those because I think that movie's fucking awesome.
I actually had fun watching it. I mean,
Fuck yeah, it's great.
It's
If
fun.
if we do Dirty Dancing, I think Gary and Rancor Steve should reenact the final dancing.
I'm down. I'm down. Me and Rancor in the river.
I've had
holding 'em up.
the rancor of my life.
Nobody put Steve in the corner.
Nobody puts a Rancor in the corner.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, how about we do Showgirls and periodically we cut to Rancor Steve enacting scenes from the movie, on the poles and stuff. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Yeah, that works.
I think it could work.
See, Steve, if you're listening, I know he's probably on a bathroom break right now, but this is why you don't leave. This is why you don't leave, buddy. Because you get your ass beat when you leave. So, yeah.
Well, what can I say? It's just a thought. Ladies Man 727, member of mine for 3 months now. Thank you, Ladies Man. Says prequel comic on Kickstarter right now. First Kill. Artwork looks great. $200,000. Wow. Holy smokes. So it's First Kill. It's like a prequel to Rambo. I wonder how they were able to get that on there.
Never heard of that.
Huh.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Ladies Man 727. So go check out First Kill on Kickstarter right now, apparently.
Wow,
It's doing
cool.
well. Proto Badger with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Proto Badger. Says, I have something special in the works for each of the panel as a way of saying thank you in the works.
All right.
Wow. Proto Badger made me a wonderful knife. Customized. He crafted it himself. So apparently he's making something for all of us here to say thank you. So he's a highly skilled guy and a very generous one.
He made me too, and they travel with me in my truck everywhere. Both of them.
They're
I can't wait
fantastic.
for that. That sounds exciting, man.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they are works of art, and they're not just works of art. They're functional.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, this is gonna sound stupid, but let's just say I was driving out in the middle of nowhere and I had to like chop through like the wild sagebrush or some shit like that. I could do that with this thing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like some Rambo level stuff here.
Whoa.
Wow.
And I'm a backer of First Kill, the graphic novel. It's stories by Sylvester Stallone, and it's done by the great Chuck Dixon.
Wow. Cool.
Oh,
Holy
okay.
shit.
201-705.
Very
I'll get
nice.
over and
Thank you.
support
I didn't
that.
know anything about that. And Troy Neenan with a $2 Australian super chat says, I think more people will start making their own beer. He had a little beer thing there. So yeah, well, a lot of home brewing out there. I've never done it, but I know people who have. God, Doomcock beer. That would be something, wouldn't it? Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says Disney Plus will focus on educational shows. First off, a documentary on polar bears, Ursus maritimus, which will be played by Ursus americanus or americanus, as the spelling suggests. Well, thank you, Joe Lamont. Yeah, Disney Plus. Wow. Yeah, educating America, one kid at a time. Oh, boy. School of Hard Knocks. Emphasis on the hard. Thank you, Joe Lamont. TLJ Screwjob. It's been a member of mine for 8 months now. Thank you, my friend. Says, hail, my Lord. Happy birthday. Mine is on May 22nd. Wow. Well, happy birthday to you, sir. And congratulations. How old are you going to be? Let me know in the chat. And Mercenary X21 with a very unhappy message here, a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, pray for me. Someone keyed my car Friday. $4,849 in damages. 24-hour, 360-degree car dash cam caught the a-hole waiting on the detective to get the guy's name. Well, I hope they do, man. That is some bullshit. That is some absolute bullshit, Mercenary X21. And everybody put an M in the chat for Mercenary X21 to show him a little support here. That sucks, man. At least you got it on cam, and I hope you can get it taken out of his fucking ass. What a punk. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Java Guru with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Java Guru. Says, I was in 18th Airborne Corps Division Artillery during Desert Storm. We fired DPICM all night and occupied the position the next morning. A lot of innocent people died. Holy shit, man. Well, Java Guru, dude, thank you for your service. And yeah, that's a harsh reality of war, isn't it, brother? Thank you, sir. And appreciate that super chat and appreciate you. Thomas Grunke with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Thomas says, Rambo was an invaluable tool to improve the military treatment of PTSD in 91 and post 9/11. It brought a lot of attention to the situation and became a force for change. Isn't it nice when a movie can actually reach out in the real world and make a difference like that?
Yeah.
It's incredible. I actually think that maybe civilization in a meaningful way was saved by two movies, Dr. Strangelove and a movie called Failsafe. That was illustrating the dangers of, not having sufficient controls on nuclear weapons and shit. I've often wondered, did we survive because the public got alerted to just how kind of fragile the situation was and more controls and safeties and lines, open communication between countries was, kind of instituted after those movies.
Fail safe, you said?
Fail safe, yeah. It starred Henry Fonda as the president, and Larry Hagman actually was in an early role as his Russian translator. Hell of a movie. Failsafe was basically the same plot as Dr. Strangelove, only it wasn't comedic, but they both were basically raising alarm bells about all this shit can actually happen. Some very good movies. We should actually do Dr. Strangelove. I can't believe we didn't think about Dr. Strangelove. We should do Dr. Strangelove as a movie we love, maybe after American Graffiti. June Wong with a $10 Australian super chat and a $20 Australian super chat. 2 in a row. Thank you, June Wong. Says, hail Lord Doomcock. Great show. First Blood is indeed a powerful movie. I'm super chatting to sell some comic books. Only a few days left to get pre-order perks. Just reached funding goal on that site. Previously on Clownfish TV is a new collection of official, wholesome comics based on true stories from Clownfish TV and their family. Includes funny rants, family value stories, and their run-in with the evil Kevin Smith. June Wong, congratulations on this. And go check out previously on Clownfish TV on, is it GoFundMe or Kickstarter? June Wong. He says that site, and I'm just not sure which it is, but just Google previously on Clownfish TV for June Wong's comic. And thank you, my friend, for being on here and good luck with it. It sounds like a cool project. Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says a couple of Alka-Seltzer for hangover. Thank you, Joe Lamont. I just didn't keep up with the hydration. I was just drinking away and not thinking about drinking my water like a good overlord, and I paid the price. And I didn't have any damn Alka-Seltzer, and I felt too shitty to even go get some. So there you go. Trap I sprung on myself, dumbass that I am. And Thomas Grunke with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Thomas says Rambo versus Wick depends on terrain. Urban terrain, Wick wins. Rural, Rambo wins. I think that's sensible. I agree with that assessment. Personally, Thomas Grunke, what do you guys think? In an urban setting, I think John Wick would win. in the country, Rambo would win. What do you say?
Yeah, I
That
agree.
seems fair.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There's no way John Wick's taking Rambo in the jungle.
No,
No.
fuck no.
It
No,
ain't
no, no.
happening.
No,
Unless
in
he has a
desert-
pencil.
in the
He's
desert,
got-
maybe.
or a stick. You know, I mean, that's all he needs.
Or
Angry-
a dog.
A what? A dog? Yeah. Well, Rambo
yeah.
wouldn't kill his dog, so he'd, you know, he wouldn't trigger him. You know. God dang, that was sad. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry Yeti TV says Mexican Iron Man.
Yes.
You get DC on the Star Wars trial, and I will be there after. I will thereafter refer to you as Mexican Iron God. Wow.
All right. Well, I'll call Chris tomorrow. I have a cell. I'll call him tomorrow.
And planning on rewatching Rambo soon, by the way. Outstanding Angry Yeti TV, and thank you for letting me know about the Star Wars trial. That's outstanding. Elizabeth Young, been a member of mine for 3 months, and she says, a little birdie told me it was your birthday. Sorry I couldn't be around to celebrate on the day, but happy belated birthday. Much love and hugs. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's been a wonderful birthday, honestly. And so many people, you know, were kind enough to send me gifts and cards and y'all are just the best. I really, really appreciated it. You made my birthday a wonderful time. I mean, even though the day itself I was under the weather, but the time around it and everything, it just was wonderful. And I want to thank each and every one of you, all my wrenches. You guys are the best. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jack says, all I'm going to say is I will be shocked if Dave bucked the trend of male feminists being predators. Well, but again, that we have no indication that old Dave is guilty of that. But we only have suspicions that he may be a traitor, but we'll see. The truth will out, won't it? Lou Capadona with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lou. Says, my guilty pleasure movie for Stallone is Demolition Man. And for Arnold, Running Man. What are the panel's guilty pleasures for the greatest action stars?
Commando.
Yeah.
Commando and Demolition Man for Stallone. Yeah, that's a good one. I love that one.
Invasion USA for Chuck Norris.
Yeah. That's
I don't know for
movie.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, Kindergarten Cop or something.
Yeah, that's good.
Ooh.
Or The Last Action Hero. That was a bad movie.
It was it was crummy. Can't go wrong. with
Cliffhanger for
Commando.
me.
What's that?
Cliffhanger.
Oh, I love
cool movie.
Cliffhanger.
That's a
Yeah,
good
that's a
movie.
good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than the fact that he goes into like freezing water and then he's running around in the snow.
It makes no sense.
And
Yeah, but we don't.
Or
give a
how about
shit
he's
about
hanging
any
off
of
the
that.
mountain, not wearing anything to keep him warm?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of. But Janine Turner was in it,
Oh,
who
yeah.
gorgeous,
Oh, boy.
gorgeous woman from
Wow.
yeah, man, from Northern Exposure, one of my favorite TV shows of all time. God,
I
love
like
that.
besting a girl like that.
Yourself.
And Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat says, if Lucas ever gets Star Wars back, Keanu must be a Jedi. Yeah. I think that would be great. Keanu Reeves, a Jedi Wick. That would be.
Yeah. Wow.
He better be a Jedi because no Sith could take him out.
No.
Game over, man. Game over.
Game over, man. Game over. All right. And also, it appears that our show is over for the evening. Gary Ambrosia, would you please go ahead and plug your wife's bunny rescue or whatever else you would like to plug, sir?
Yes. So, in case y'all out there don't know, my lovely wife runs a rabbit rescue. You can find it at thebunnytrailrescue.com. Maybe run a little traffic over her way, and if you are so inclined, maybe throw her a buck or two because the little critters, they gotta eat. Also, I guess they just got a rabbit in, and the rabbit's teeth are extremely long, so they're having a little GoFundMe thing to get the teeth cut down because the thing can't eat. So,
Oh my God.
check it out. It was about to be, gassed. They were gonna gas the little rabbit, but we saved it. So, or my wife saved it. So that's good. Just need to pay for the teeth cut. Also, check out my channel on YouTube. I always forget to plug myself. I'm always plugging my wife, never plugging myself.
Ah,
Oh,
Wacka.
Oh,
Check out my little goofy YouTube channel, Gary Ambrosia. Hopefully you'll find something cool and fun there and entertaining. Other than that, come on back next Wednesday. We're doing American Graffiti next week, which actually this Saturday, myself and my lovely wife are traveling to Petaluma, which is where they shot the movie, to video. We're going to shoot a video there for the 50th anniversary of American Graffiti, which we will be showing next week on Wednesday. So don't miss it. It's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. Hail to the chat. Hail to the wrenches. Hail all you out there in TV land. We love you and have a good night.
thank you very much, Gary. And yeah, American Graffiti is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's just charming and perfect from start to finish, an all-star cast, literally. It's amazing. I can't wait. Rancor Steve, anything you would like to plug, sir?
Well, if you're wondering during the week with the writer's strike, sorry, I can't speak very well. But if you're wondering, man, I need a good late night talk show. Well, I have a show just for you. It's Manorama on Monday, every Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time to about 9, where we talk about manly things. And this week we're talking about combat sports. And it's just a show about men just being men, and it's a whole lot of fun on Rumble. You just type in Rancor Steve and you would find the link there in whatever channel that is. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. So it's growing, it's fun. A lot of people like it. It's not on YouTube where you get banned or suppressed for a lot of stupid things that we say, but on Rumble, we're fine.
Outstanding. And Mexican Iron Man, anything you would like to plug, my friend?
Midnight's Edge after dark as per normal, per usual. And yeah, see you next week. Thanks for having me. Great show.
Thank you, Mike. Always a pleasure. Always love your insights into Disney and the business aspects of Disney. You're just incomparable resource, and we appreciate you helping us out on this, man. Thank you.
Thanks, my brother. Hail Xanadu. Hail Doomcock.
Love you, buddy.
Love you more.
And well, we'll see. And Andy Masterson, please plug away anything you would like, sir.
Do you have some space in your heart for plastic action figures? Like the setup I just did here for Doomcock with all the ladies ran for his birthday.
Yes, I saw that. It's beautiful. I love it.
Well,
Why is the only lady I have next to me Rancor Steve?
hey, he's got to wake.
Oh.
He better.
Let's be honest here. I don't know. I'm wondering that why.
I don't know.
I am going to take some pictures of Doomcock's birthday present that's going out in the mail tomorrow. I had a little bit of a detour I had to do with it when a piece came in. I had to rework things so it fit. So I'll be taking some pictures of that because it's pretty hard for Doomcock to do unboxing videos when he's got the Conquest of Earth to plan.
Yeah,
yes. Also, I will be on Rancor Steve's show tomorrow night where we'll be talking about combat sports. Be back here on Wednesday for Pop Culture Breakdown, where we'll be looking at whatever the news of the day is, American Graffiti, and check out Friday Night Frolics for Doomcock's live streams, where you'll have the best variety show on YouTube. Thanks for watching, everybody in the chat.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing. I want to thank Cameron Pashaw and, of course, our own Douglas Nelson, who was a trooper here. He had to go lay down, but God bless him, and let's pray for him to feel better soon. And I want to thank the audience and all the wrenches. You guys are amazing. I hope to see you on Friday Night Frolics for more of the kind of craziness that we bring at the end of the week. And from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and my panel of pop culture pundits bidding you all, my friends, stay safe, stay sane, and stay angry. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night, all. Wait till you get egg roll.